Yo, what's good, the peoples? How is anybody doing tonight? I am still opening Windows on my laptop and clicking into Windows in Renaissance. Where is YouTube chat? There it is. Okay. YouTube chat there's a little button on the dashboard I can push. This is pop out chat, so I can pop out my chat, separate it from my YouTube window, just like have it in the corner of my screen, so it's easy to glance down. So when you see me doing this, that's what I'm doing, is looking at chat. Y'all live down here. I realize you're looking at me up here, but y'all live down here. That's where I see you. So, looking at the chat though, if you type a short message like all is well, I can see it, right? I'm glad all is well. My day sucked, but other than that, all is well. But if you type a long message, like one that takes up the full line, I can't see the last word of it because there's this like emoji button, this heart button for putting emojis in the chat that sits on top of the chat window that's popped out. So anytime somebody types a long message into YouTube chat, I have to wait for somebody else to type a message before I can actually see what like part of the words were. That's just one of the 50,000 things that are wrong with the world. Oh, green mages. This is another one of the 50,000 things that's wrong with the world, is we've got green mages happening. Oh, you got the little emoji button too? Like, well, I don't know what medium you were looking in, but I thought that was a button that they put on the pop-out window, and I would have it in a more convenient spot if I was using the chat app in YouTube, which I'm not. I mean, I guess I am, technically, but anyway, it's popped out into its own window, so I can move it to where I want it on the screen. We did Garland. Yeah, we must have. There's no reason to not do... Pirates can't do anything to Fighter or Red Mage. We're good on that count. So I've got the Red Mage, Terra, who can only have one spell per level. I've got Green Mage number 1 is Hope, who can also only have one spell per level. And then I've got the other Green Mage, Ignis, who can have as many spells as he wants. Because I need to get the achievements for Red Mage and Green Mage, one spell per mage per level. And then I need to get an achievement for maximizing the Exuviate skill, which is going to require more stacked buffs than I think one Green Mage alone can handle. We tried it when I did a Green Mage run in my very first run of this, and was not able to get there with the spells that she had. So hopefully on this run, mostly will be a fighter carry, which is fine. Like, we're not going to do anything with this battle. Look at that. Look at that mess right out of the gate. Immediately. Immediately. Well, we're going back now. Actually, I've got to take this fight, too. So I have enough money. Damn it, Hope! I hope we have enough money to bring Hope back. Now, Green Mage, it's one of the new sprites that got drawn for Renaissance. And do we see the sprite? Yeah, we see the sprite here. So Green Mage is the only one of the what is there, 16 classes now that has brown skin. All the other characters have either pale skin, like my fighter, my red mage, or they have like the olive skin, like a thief or a black belt does. And I'm not sure if it's... I guess it's meant to convey like an Asian skin tone, because I don't want... Like, are they saying all Asians are thieves? Hopefully not. But all thieves have like an olive kind of skin tone. So the green mage is the only one that has like a brown skin tone. Black mage technically has a pitch black skin tone. But we think that there's not, because there's not really a person in there. It's just like a hat floating on 2 glowing eyes is the black mage. But what's interesting about the sprite is that they've also got like the toad mushroom hat, right? They've got the 1-up hat. But then when the green mage is dead, we can see the bottom of her feet. So, is she wearing brown boots? Or are the green mages just running around barefoot? It's hard to tell. Anyway, these are the things that keep me up at night. And I'm sorry, but when the green mage is like low on hit points, you look even more like a 1-up mushroom right now. Hope is a 1-up mushroom. 2 green mages is a butts team. Green mage has the worst promotion ability. Because when they promote, they get the ability to put a save point down inside of dungeons. Which sounds cool until you realize that Time Mage can teleport anywhere infinitely without spending resources. So the only achievements we're going for on this run are the Red and Green Mage Minimus achievements, and then the Green Mage Exuviate. I don't think we're going to get anything else on this run. Nobody ever, anywhere, has ever wanted to fight creeps. Sometimes you want to fight creeps because you get creeps and ogres together, and you want to fight ogres. Yeah, Green Mage is the worst class, and I don't think it's close. I think Green Mage is the worst class in the game. In fact, I'm going to have my Green Mages... I'll have this one use regen, I guess. So the problem with Green Mage is they have access to the white magic set, which isn't good in Final Fantasy 1. The white magic set is not good. Final Fantasy 1 is different from a lot of traditional JRPGs in that you don't really have to go into a fight and then like balance your offense and healing. In Final Fantasy 1, it is 100% of the time always better to go full offense. If your team is appropriately leveled, whatever team it is, if you've got 4 Light Warriors standing and you're appropriately leveled, there's nothing in the game that can withstand a full offense for more than 1 or 2 rounds. The beefiest monsters in the game are Chaos and like Tiamat and like the Warmech, and even those monsters cannot withstand a moderately leveled team. Defensive magic just isn't good. White magic just is not good in this game. And then Green Mage gets access to the white magic set, but doesn't get any healing spells except for regen, which isn't good. And it doesn't get any harm spells, so it doesn't get any direct damage dealing spells. White Mage can at least damage undead. Yeah, we'll take this. Oh, we took Cure on you. That's right. You don't have anything else. So you ruse and you ruse. And we'll see if we can take this fight. For Green Mage to do damage, they have to cast an elemental or status effect defensive buff spell on your party. Something like a fire or a lit or something like that. And then they have, on the next round, they have to use their skill called Exuviate, which consumes the elemental buffs on one of your characters and then damages enemies with it. And it's decent damage. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It falls off real quick. I think Squall got bit by a critical hit shark. Is what happened there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just a regular shark bite did the trick. Well, we got Cure Magic, so it's okay. See, I constantly see comments about Final Fantasy 1. Players that just don't know better. People coming into the game. Your expectation in a game like this is you need some form of healing in your party. Like, the game doesn't work without a healer, right? Because most JRPGs don't. Most JRPGs you need to heal at some point. And so what happens is they put a white mage, or maybe even 2 white magic users in their party, and then their party is really weak. and then they have a hard time level grinding or getting through the boss fights or getting through the dungeons, and like they don't really understand why, and then that's one of the reasons the game gets a reputation for being super, super grindy. I'm gonna buy scimitars, is what I'm gonna do. The best thing you can do in this game to make it easy on yourself is not take a white mage. I'm going to show you the most important stat in the game. Are you ready? Look at this. Absorb 0. Absorb 0. It's because they're not wearing armor. Absorb 15. 15 absorb is the difference between that shark dealing like 40 something damage or like 0 damage. That absorb stat is the most important stat in the game by far. Because for most encounters, all enemies can do is hit you with their standard physical attack. And for most of the game, starting with the chain armor you buy in Canaria, monsters cannot get through your absorb level on your fighter. So fighter in the top slot is the best possible thing you can do in the game. The best possible strategy, put a fighter in your top slot to absorb half of the physical hits in the game, which will be most of the damage in the game. That's what you've got to do. That will trump any number of white mages you want to put in your party. That's my hot tip. Best party in Final Fantasy 1. You ready? Here's the best possible party you can build. I need to cast Cure already. Fighter, 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 red mage. You cannot get a better party than that. If you want a slightly faster, but also slightly more difficult party, you go fighter, 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 black mage. Because black mage will get the fast spell a little bit earlier. That's it. Them's the strats. Speedrunners don't use that party because I think speedrunners actually do take a white mage because they want the life spell. Because if they have to reset a dungeon because the wrong character dies at the wrong moment or something back half of the game, they've got to essentially reset the run. You know what? I'm not ready to sail up there yet. I need my Pures. And I also don't have heal potions. So technically this is not a Final Fantasy ROM hack. This is Final Fantasy Renaissance. I have just enough to buy one heal potion. Great. So what the guy did is rebuilt Final Fantasy 1 in Unity, which is to say rebuilt Final Fantasy 1 in widescreen with worse controller support. And then added a whole bunch of new content, which is where these green mages come in. And the goal is to get all these achievements. So this first page of achievements, these are just, you get these by completing the story. These are challenge achievements that we're slowly filling up. Oh, we got Arcane Mastery, so we've seen all the black magic spells now. And then these are secret achievements. So my goal is to get every single achievement in the game. So the achievements we're going for now are Magus Minimus and Druidus Minimus, which is beat the game with one spell per level per magic user. So I have a red mage and a green mage only getting one spell per level. And we're looking to get this one. We have to use... I'm thinking we need 2 green mages to accomplish this, which is why I've got 2 green mages in the party. Time Mage is the best class in the game. Time Mage absolutely breaks everything at level 3. Magic. So once you reach Elfland, you can buy the float spell, and then you can float over rivers. You can ignore random encounters. You can float over spiked squares. So once you can cast float a few times, you can just go straight to the ice cave and get the airship, which is hilarious. And then once you hit experience level 16 and get level 6 magic, and you promote to a time wizard, you get teleportation ability, which lets you teleport from anywhere back to the inn to save your game whenever you want. So you can skip all random encounters infinitely in every dungeon. You don't have to fight anything except for 4 fiends and chaos. I have now completed the game with at least one of each of the 16 classes. None of them are anywhere near as broken as Time Mage. Time Mage is like... If Time Mage is like level 10 broken, the highest on the broken scale, the next most broken class would probably be like... Maybe Dragoon was pretty busted. And that's like a level 3 on the broken scale. It's that silly. So we did a solo Time Mage run. That was great. And now we're basically doing a solo fighter run with a couple mages hanging on. But yeah, it's easy to Google this up. I actually really, really love this. I've been really enjoying playing this. This is like our 6th or 7th playthrough. Doing 2 damage with wooden sticks. That's all a Green Mage can do. Green Mage cannot even equip the hammers that White Mage gets, right? So White Mage, a lot of their early game offense, if you do like a solo White Mage run or just a White Mage party, a lot of their offense is hammering things, which is terrible damage, but it's not like non-existent damage. Green Mage can't even do that. I don't think you can fix Green Mage. I really don't. I don't. The design philosophy behind Green Mage just functionally does not work in Final Fantasy 1. I just don't. You can't make a defensive magic class in Final Fantasy 1 and make it good. You have to change too much of the game. You have to change the game so much that it is now fundamentally not Final Fantasy 1. That's my take. Like, I allowed the developers' creativity and ambition in making this project. Like, they've made a game I really, really love. And I even really appreciate their, like, sense of wanting to put new content in FF1 from older games. Like, they did really good stuff with the Blue Mage and the Summoner. I loved the Summoner side quests. Summoner wasn't a terrific class, but we got to do basically a bunch of, like, super boss fights that were kind of like, they were more or less puzzle fights because we were fighting them with all mages, right? So that was pretty cool. I liked that. I liked eating all the bats. Like, there's fun stuff we're doing in the game with all the other classes, but Green Mage just... They took the worst class in the game and made a worse version of it. When's the last time I played Final Fantasy on original hardware? I don't have an NES that I can hook up right now. I own 2 functioning NESs, but I don't have a way to plug them into any of my modern TVs. So... Last time I played Final Fantasy 1 on hardware was we went to a gamer bar, right? This is years ago. This was pre-pandemic. We went to a gamer bar and they had one of those like NES minis that has like a bunch of games loaded onto it, plugged into one of the TVs so people could play like Mario 3 and stuff. And I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 1. So while all my friends were like at the bar and doing karaoke and having fun, I was sitting there playing Final Fantasy 1. Like, that's like the Marsh Cave. We got a ways in. We should go buy level 2 magic next. We can buy 4 level 2 magic spells. We should do that. There goes one of my peer potions. If you give them the Red Mage's ability to use weapons, so like they can use Red Mage weapons, that would be decent. But I think you also break the philosophy of the class. It's thematically inappropriate. It would be more thematically appropriate to give Time Mage Red Mage weapons. And then point to like the Zodiac Age as inspiration, because it had the Time Battle Mage and the Red Battle Mage. Like, you can't even draw inspiration from, like, the Synergists class in 13, right? Because Green Mages aren't Synergists. Most of the cool synergy stuff doesn't exist in FF1. And the best buff spells are all time magic. So Green Mages are battle mages, and there are no Green Mages in Final Fantasy Tactics. Or you mean one of, like, the Final Fantasy Tactics sequels, like one of the advanced games that nobody cares about because they're bad? Because I don't remember Green Mages in, like... Yeah, okay, Tactics Advanced. That's okay, you're making sense now. I did play that, but it was many, many years ago, and it was only once, and I don't remember much of it, except that it was bad, and I didn't want to play Advanced 2. Alright, so Hope needs a lit. So we're going to buy a lit for Hope. And we'll never need this, like, this spell is pointless. Look what this spell does. Resistant to the poison status effect doesn't matter because we'll have as many pure potions as we could ever possibly need. And there's only 2 enemies in the game that attack you with the poison element. Gas Dragons and Tiamat. So this spell, and by the time we fight either of those, we're going to have ribbons. So you're never going to use this spell. There's no use case for this spell. We're going to buy it anyway because we need it for Exuviate. In fact, I guess I'll show off what Exuviate does in the next battle that we get. Do we just go with Ice here? You know what? I'm going to skip level 2 magic on Red Mage. I don't think there's anything there, and we really need Lit 2. Okay, well, yeah, so if there's precedent, yeah, you could say that the Green Mage is like a battle mage. In fact, when you promote the Green Mage, instead of wearing like this robe, they're wearing like a Chinese dress. Which to me has like martial arts connotations because of Street Fighter. So. Alright, this will be a good fight to show you guys what the Green Mage can actually do. So we're going to cast a Lit, and we're going to cast a Poise. Also, all the old classes have, like, class abilities now, and limit breaks, which we don't have access to yet. But we hit, like all the old classes got new stuff too. Like we got, oh, Red Mage doesn't have any. Red Mage doesn't have any skills, so we're just gonna fight. But, okay, so now everybody has a Lit and a Poise. So I'm gonna use this Exuviation skill on Squall, and I'm gonna use it here on Terra, but it's only gonna take 1. What this is gonna do is it's gonna eat the buffs and then apply 2 buffs worth of damage to all enemies. So it's pretty good. It's an AoE attack that you get off on the 2nd round with a level 2 spell slot. That's good damage for a level 2 spell slot. And then, of course, I can do that 4 times with each mage because each of those characters has those buffs. So it's not awful. It's just, it falls off pretty quick. As far as I know, my Final Fantasy 1 battery still works great. As far as I know. Still functions perfectly. But like Ruse does not work for Exuviate. It has to be either elemental or status effect protection. And the first time I had a Green Mage, she didn't learn enough of those different types of spells to get the highest level damage out of Exuviate. So I'm hoping 2 Green Mages working in conjunction will get me there. Apparently the target is 8. We want to reach 8 levels of protection. I've had SNES games where the battery has gone bad multiple times. So like, yeah, like here we're going to go ahead and Exuviate these guys down. So we can win this fight in 2 rounds instead of probably 4, I would say. So mechanically, this is kind of a cool ability, but the amount of setup it takes and comparing it to what other classes can do, Green Mage just doesn't really have a lot going for it. And that was it. They both used up their... And that's the only skill they have for the moment either. No, I've run... I've had to replace the battery in my cart of Super Metroid twice over the years. I currently have 2 Super Metroid carts. One of them, the battery doesn't function at all. The other one works, but I don't play Super Metroid on cart very often. In fact, I couldn't tell you the last time I did. I've got my awesome little Super NT sitting here that plays SNES games perfectly. I love this little bastard. It's great. I want to get a version for the NES, but they kind of don't make them anymore. Currently plugged in there is Lufia and the Fortress of Doom, which is bad. Not a fun game. Really, really bare bones, generic JRPG with pretty decent music. I need to make sure I'm... Okay, so you've got 1 spell. Hope can never have more than 1 spell per level, or we'll lose the Chivo. Ignis can have all the spells he wants. I don't know what this says about me, but in, like, my headcanon, in this party, Hope is a girl, but Ignis is a boy. That's... they're all named after actual Final Fantasy characters, and in Final Fantasy, obviously, Hope and Ignis are both boys. But for some reason, I can parse Hope as a girl's name, but not Ignis. Lufia 1 very much feels like an NES game, yes. 100%. Actually, Ignis could exuviate Hope's buff. I could get 2 of those... Like, Ignis doesn't have to put his own buff out to get exuviate. They can exuviate each other's buffs. Okay, that's going to make them a little better. Lufia 2 is phenomenal, of course. Of course. Yeah, Lufia 2 has the Ancient Cave, which is excellent. So I'll just exuviate. Maybe we might get exuviate out on the first round if Ignis goes first. We got like a 50% chance of this. There we go. So we'll get exuviate out on the first round. Okay. Maybe the trick to Green Mage is stack them up. But you can see like there's really low damage rolls with only 1 spell coming out. Yeah, Lufia 1 and then Breath of Fire 1 is the other game that really feels like it should be an NES game. And I love Breath of Fire 1. I'm not going to say anything bad about Breath of Fire 1. We have that Suikoden knockoff game coming out, I think in like 2 weeks. Ayuden Chronicles or whatever it's called. 100 Heroes. Got that wish listed. I can't wait. So yeah, now we can exuviate and get 20 damage out of each of these. Breath of Fire 1, you can buy items that reduce the encounter rate. For like 20 gold each, you can buy hundreds of them. They're dirt cheap, they're everywhere. You can have them in your pocket the entire time. You can control the encounter rate in Breath of Fire 1. Can't do anything about the encounter rate in Lufia 1, as far as I know. And Breath of Fire 1 has better graphics and music and characters. In fact, I'm a huge fan of the cast in basically all Breath of Fire games. They're always extremely visually interesting, eclectic personalities, chainmail bikini kind of stuff. Like who doesn't love a chainmail bikini, right? So the conspiracy theory we came up with on Discord is that the Suikoden 1 and 2 remake got delayed because the spiritual successor, Ayuden Chronicles, I think it's called Ayuden Chronicles. I either want to say Ayuden or Eurydice, and I'm not sure. Like, it's one of those. It's something like that. But that got delayed. That got pushed back. That was supposed to come out last year. It got pushed back to this year. It's coming out this month. And then immediately after that, it got announced that the remasters were also getting delayed. So, suspicious. Alright, let's go ahead and stack 2 up for these sharks. Breath of Fire 1 also just, it has more interesting combat. Like, combat, for one thing, it's more visually interesting than Lufia games. It's more visually interesting than Final Fantasy games of its era. Right? Like, Breath of Fire 1 has cooler looking combat than Final Fantasy 4 or 5, I would say. 6 may be pushing it, but 4 and 5 definitely. Oh, there is a Sweetwater item in Lufia 1. I stand corrected. Can you buy it, or is it like one of those like super rare things that you'll just never find? And also, if you buy it and use it, are you now underleveled for the whole rest of the game? $10G. Oh yeah, so you just stock that. I was playing through Lufia 1. I bought it on cartridge for way too much money. I'm not even going to say how much money I spent on it. Just because it's kind of a rare game. It's a nice thing to have in the collection. I'm trying to build my SNES collection back up slowly. We're going to buy Lidu. Thank you for Lidu. You don't have any Lidu charges yet? No, not even close. Probably level 6, maybe? Maybe not till 7. So either we'll get Exuviate out first, which we did, or next round we'll just get 2 Exuviates out. It is kind of the same plot twist in every Lufia game, isn't it? Because in the first Lufia game, you find out that Lufia is the god of death, and then the second Lufia game, it's like your NPC helper buddy that hangs out with you in some of the early game dungeons. She's the god of death. Then the third Lufia game, it's like your girlfriend is the god of death again. So they kind of milk that for all they can, don't they? Not that I've completed the third Lufia game. I have self-respect. Never completed it. That's a series that they made a whole series, but only one of the games is really good. Lufia 2 is excellent. The rest of the games are whatever. If you want to be really generous, you can count Lufia 2 as 2 games because you get the RPG and then you get the Ancient Cave mode. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so this round Exuviate came out first, so we didn't get anything out of it. See, I have no idea which Dragon Warrior game Zebra's talking about, because whatever Dragon Warrior number it is behind the little emoji button. So all I know is that Zebra's playing through some arbitrary Dragon Warrior game, because YouTube's emoji interface is obtrusive and I cannot read the text. Until somebody else talks and moves the message up some. Oh, just Dragon Warrior 1. Got it. Thank you very much for moving the text up. Dragon Warrior on original hardware. Yeah, I've done that. I've done Dragon Warrior 2 on original hardware. Very unpleasant. I'm not a Dragon Warrior dude. I do more or less appreciate the localization in Dragon Warrior. I like that Dragon Warrior, they committed to just... Okay, we're going to make a game that has a lot of text, right? What are your options if you do that in Japanese and then have to port it over to English, where the amount of like bits per character is much greater? Well, if you're Final Fantasy, you squash everything down so you have spells like a lit. And that's not even a word, and what does it even mean? But Dragon Warrior, they're like, you know what, let's find a way to actually fit the whole word medical herb into the game so you know what it is. And I do appreciate that about Dragon Warrior. And that's true every Dragon Warrior game on the 8-bit consoles. Everyone on the NES is like that, because that era of RPG was filled with, all the way up through, like even Final Fantasy VI, we can't fit the word Phoenix down on the screen. What do? Spell Phoenix with an F. Nobody will notice. I noticed. It's been up and down for me for JRPGs this year, because I started out playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which was phenomenal, and I loved it intensely for 90 hours. And then I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it made me big boy mad for 90 hours. So I'm hoping this Suikoden alike that comes out. So back in the day, let's see, we got an NES pretty late. We didn't get an NES in the house. I want to say 1991. I want to say, so pretty late into the, like, we got our NES in the house like the year the Super Nintendo came out on the market. Like, we brought it home and we were like, we got it on like layaway at Sears or something, and like all my friends had an NES, and like my cousin had one, so I played NES games everywhere, but like I didn't have one in the house till pretty late. And like we brought one home, and like 3 weeks later, they're like, the Super NES is coming, and it's gonna be $6 million. Your old games won't work on it. And my parents were like, nope. Sorry. But at the time, Final Fantasy 1 was in the house, The Legend of Zelda was in the house, Crystallis was in the house, and then my dad... shortly after my parents divorced, and my dad had like living in a house with roommates, he started getting into computers. We never had a computer in the house, but he was intensely poor at the time, no money. So the computer he got was a Commodore 64. Oh, I forget if I exuviated you. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm not sure. And Commodore 64 had this game called the Adventure Construction Set, which is basically like you build like a kind of like an Ultima 1 kind of game, right? Where you're moving the little guy around the map. It might have been based on Ultima 1, now that I think about it. But he had an Ultima 1 style RPG construction set. So I kind of had access to like RPG Maker in like 1992, making cool little games. So those were my RPG games when I was 9-10 years old. Final Fantasy, Zelda, Crystallis, and then, of course, my cousin and several friends who had NESs that I'd been, like, playing Mega Man at their house for years. They all got Super Nintendo. And so I had access. I was playing Final Fantasy IV. Breath of Fire. The new Zelda. So I wasn't denied all of those excellent games. But, yeah, I got that, and then eventually, because if you had a Commodore 64, the next thing to buy if you go into the mid-90s, and now you actually have some spending money, is you get you an Amiga. And the Amiga was a great gaming computer, and that's where I played The Bard's Tale. And I played The Bard's Tale for hundreds of hours as a kid. In fact, they put out really good remasters of The Bard's Tale 1, 2, and 3 on Steam. The whole collection. And I'd never played 3 before, so that was really cool. So I have a Let's Play series for Ultima 4. But I'm not able to complete it. So usually when I do a series like that for YouTube, and my YouTube's kind of like laying fallow for the last year or so, which I apologize for, but it's just what has happened. But usually I'll completely record a series and I'll have the whole playthrough done, and then I'll start uploading it to YouTube. So even though you look at my channel and I've only got half of the Outer Wilds uploaded, I have the entire playthrough done. I just have to edit it, upload it, do all the metadata for it, put it up, and it'll eventually go up. Ultima 4 was taking way too long to record, and then I was starting to upload it before I had it all recorded. And then I accidentally ruined the save data. So, in order to complete that Ultima 4 series, I'm going to have to rebuild the save data, and the best way to do that is just replay the game up to that point. So I haven't decided if I'm going to do that or not. I would love to say yes, Ultima 4 is coming back someday, but I just don't know the answer to that question. It's not the first time I've gotten into a situation where I was like uploading a series as I was recording it. That's always a bad idea. Always. And every time I do it, I regret it. And this was the first time that I actually lost state. Because now I've got a series that's halfway up that I can't just finish. That sounds like a great stash to find, just like your stash of SNES games. I had a pretty mighty SNES library at one point, but I whittled it down over the years. I kept like the core of it. I kept like the important ones, but I whittled it down over the years, especially Final Fantasy games, because they kept re-releasing Final Fantasy on everything else. Like, why do I need to own this copy of Final Fantasy 3 for SNES when I own 2 other versions of Final Fantasy 6 on other hardware that I like better and play more? Like, I won't play the SNES version of Final Fantasy VI if I have the Game Boy Advance version sitting there. The Advance version is just better, in my opinion. I like the extra content, and now I've got the pixel remasters, but that's always fun, because back in the day you didn't buy games, right? Nobody bought games. That's stupid. Why would you buy a game? Go to Blockbuster Video and rent a game for $5. Instead of buying it for $70, right? So that's $19.99 money. Nowadays, like, I don't know what that is now, $67 to rent a game? Who knows? Inflation is magic. But yeah, that was always fun. Like, you rent a game and the first thing you do is you check and see who the guy who had the game before me, like, how far did they get? That was always fun. Now, if I do go back to Ultima 4, it will be the NES version. It's my favorite version by far. It's the only version. I have played the other version. I've played, because my dad had a Commodore. So was that on Commodore or was that on Amiga? It might have been like an Amiga port of the Commodore game. I'm not sure. But yeah, I love the NES version of Ultima 4. I mean, we kind of still have the Blockbuster days, right? Because you can go on Steam and buy a game and play it for 2 hours and then refund it if you don't like it. What we're leveling for right now, by the way, is a level 3 spell charge for Terra. So we have this Lit 2 spell. That's going to get us through the wizard fight. If we had Time Mage, we could skip the wizard fight. Don't have to fight the wizards. The MSX version of Metal Gear, so it's not the MSX version, it's the Metal Gear Solid 3 HD version, which is based on the MSX version. Those are the only versions of the first 2 Metal Gears I've played. Let's get 600 more gold and then buy level 3 magic on these mages. I've actually never completed the NES version of Metal Gear. It's not good. It's not that good. I don't think I knew there was an MSX version of Ultima 4. I assume it's more similar, because the NES version of Ultima 4 is pretty unique across versions. It's the only version that's like that. The rest of them are all based on the like computer versions, the original. There's actually a really interesting version of it on the Sega Master System, I found out. That's kind of cool. I watched a Let's Play series of that, which is interesting. The NES version has... It's a worse version, but it's kind of hard to articulate why. The game feel of it is worse. I'm not sure I could sit here and explain precisely why. But Metal Gear 1, when you play it, it's largely a game of like lining up pixels along horizontal or vertical lines to determine if enemies can see you or if cameras can see you and stuff. And for some reason, that doesn't work as well on the NES. It's just a jankier version of the game. I don't think one of those computers, the NES or the MSX, I'm not really a tech guy, so I can't sit here and tell you the specs of the two systems. They were good at different things. This scrolling back and forth here that we're doing on this ocean, the MSX can't do that. There is an MSX version of Final Fantasy 1, by the way. It's more colorful, it has more color depth. I think the resolution's the same, but like the sprites all look prettier, things have outlines, but the screen can't scroll. So when you got a game like Final Fantasy 1, which is designed for the NES, the MSX kind of chokes on it, and then Metal Gear is the other way around. You don't need a scrolling screen or anything like that in Metal Gear because it's a game of individual screens panning around. But you really do get a lot of information from the extra color depth. The game feels better to play when you can like see the really poppy pixels, which you really can't see on an NES as well. I've only seen video of the MSX version of FF1, and yeah, it looks miserable. Alright, I need to go to White Magic, level 3. Hope is allowed to have one spell. Like, look at this. Grants allies resistant to stone element as well as stone status effect. Why would you ever cast this? Except to exuviate it. You wouldn't. I don't think there's no damage spell in the game that has this earth element. Maybe the new fight with Titan in like the summoner side quest area does. All of the stone element that can hit you in the game is instant death stuff. Quake and crack, and I'm not sure if there is anything else. It's just quake and crack. And then the stone status effect, so anything that can petrify you, but I'm gonna buy this for hope. And I need I'm only buying this to get a 4th spell to exuviate for Ignis. So make sure I did that correctly. You've got 2 spells. You've got 2 spells. So now I've got 4 spells. A lit, a fire, a poise, a stone. That count towards exuviate, and I think I need 8. Or at least I need to be able to hit 8 elements. So we're halfway there. And now I think we need to... Oh, we need some heal potions and tents and stuff before we can go to the Marsh Cave. How does the overworld work on the MSX version of Final Fantasy 1? It doesn't, really. I'm gonna go with it doesn't. But yeah, like the sprites, they look wacky because they have more color depth. They pop a lot more on the screen. They don't look as flat Like, character sprites in Final Fantasy 1 could only have 3 colors. So they weren't able to do, like, any shading or outlines. Or like, none of the sprites in Final Fantasy 1 have outlines. Enemy sprites or character sprites. It's all just a flat black background behind them. Didn't the MSX version have the boss music, though? That eventually they because I had thought they added boss music for Dawn of Souls, but I think that might have come from the MSX version. I'm not sure. Let's run out my exuviates here, and then we'll buy heal potions and stuff. Yeah, look at this. Exuviate with only 1 buff to eat. Such a low damage roll. It's like casting a level 1 spell. And I don't think stronger levels of spells give you more damage. It's the number of buffs they have, not the spell level of buff they have. And there's just a lot of brain cycles involved. You've got to remember what buffs you cast. You've got to remember which character you've eaten the buffs off of. Contrast with a character like Black Mage. Just pick the spell you want and he casts it. And then it's over. Right? I've actually played around with an MSX emulator before for the stupidest reason imaginable. You guys want to hear the reason? This is the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. Okay, so years and years ago, back in the before times, they released a game called Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. And this was basically the first act of Metal Gear Solid 5 that Kojima was making, and Konami said you have to release it as a standalone game. And Kojima said, like, no, that's the dumbest thing ever. You know, Metal Gear games have this tradition of, like, having a first act. We've done it in all of the Metal Gear games up to this point. And Konami's like, no, release it as a standalone thing. So they did. And Ground Zeroes only has, like, an hour or 2 of gameplay. It's really short. It's only it's a large map, and there's a lot to do on it. But storyline-wise, it's only, like, an hour of gameplay. So people bought this game for $30. Played the game for an hour, finished it, like, well, that was it? So, they added in all these extra side options to do, so to get some more beef into the game. Using the same map, but, like, populating it with different enemy backgrounds and different objectives and things. There's one where you just fly a helicopter over the whole base and just spray it with a machine gun. It's pretty fun. So, one of them is to go in and collect this secret tape. It's basically an extraction mission that is similar to the main storyline operation. But I also love Ground Zeroes. I really do, and I probably got 100 hours played on it. It might be fair to say that I like it more than the Phantom Pain, honestly. That sounds insane, but anyway. Yeah, I love the game. I'm not slagging off the game. But one of the ops is you go in and you find a tape. And the tape is called, like, Vol 2 or something. It's a secret ops tape. And it says, when you look at it in your inventory, it says data tape only. Data cassette tape. It's 1980, so it's a cassette tape. Do not put in a music player. Of course, in the game, there's nothing you can do with the tape except put it in your music player. And if you do that, you just hear some static. Like 10 seconds of static, and then it clicks off. Here's the thing. The MSX, which was the computer that the original Metal Gear came out on, loaded games from cassette tapes. Metal Gear wasn't released on a cassette tape. It also had a cartridge port. But some MSX games were released on cassette tapes. That was very, very common in Japan and in Europe at the time. So there was like a conspiracy theory on the internet. Like, if you take the static convert it to like a high quality WAV file, and then the MSX emulator has the ability to like load the static and try to read it as game data, you'll get like an Easter egg. And I tried for a few hours to make that work, and I couldn't. I don't know if anybody ever did. I assume somebody just made that up, right? Like that sounds made up now that, but I did try it, and it was pretty funny. Because that sounds like the kind of thing Kojima would do. I could see Kojima doing that. I also loved the Phantom Pain. I really, really do love it. But it was just, it's very, very bloated. I understand, like, why Konami at some point had to step in and be like, you have to release something. You have to put something out. This game's been in development since the 1960s. We've got to do something with it. Like, the side ops in the Phantom Pains are never fun. The story missions are good. The story is pretty good. I like the new characters and stuff. But yeah, once you start doing the side ops, where it just kind of procedurally generates guards out in open terrain that you're supposed to stealth kill somehow. Or extract. Not so much. You do get D-Dog, which is awesome. You can ride around in your little Metal Gear. That's also pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't know how much of this is Kojima's fault. I don't think anybody will ever know who didn't actually work on the game. But like, I could see that going either way, because the story of Metal Gear Solid: The Phantom Pain wasn't finished. It was released without some of its final storyline missions. So there are like important storyline missions that connect the game, because it's a prequel to Metal Gear Solid 1. It's a prequel to Metal Gear, actually. But it's also a prequel to Metal Gear Solid 1, simultaneously, because it introduces characters like Psycho Mantis. It like shows Psycho Mantis' origin story. Ocelot, it shows Ocelot's kind of origin story. Like how he works with Big Boss instead of working with like the KGB. And it's also a prequel to the original Metal Gear. It's kind of cool how he pulled that off. It's a prequel to 2 different games in the timeline. I like how he did that. I could probably take this fight, but I want to get Wizards under my belt first. Let's finish up Wizards first. Some of the storylines did get finished. Some of the storylines had pretty... like, I thought the storyline with Quiet was pretty satisfying at the end. I was pretty engaged with that character for most of it. Extremely silly character, right? Like, who in their right mind would write a story where, like, the main female character is not allowed to wear clothes? That's idiotic. Nobody would do that. Oddly enough, I can take this. I can take 4 wizards, and it's not even a problem. Ooh, especially with that damage roll. Whoa, look at that! Did I say 4 wizards? I meant 2 wizards. I meant 1 wizard. There's 1 wizard left. No wizards. Yeah, they just... Mario Maker's gone, isn't it? That happened today, didn't it? They just shut it down. I mean, I'm not really gonna miss it. Like, I wasn't pining for some Mario Maker, but I boot up Mario Maker 2 every once in a while and just play through some levels. And Mario Maker 2 is the better game anyway. It just has more options and more to do. I guess we'll just try to exuviate straight out the gate here. All we need now, and then I can put my 3DS and like Wii U in the closet forever. All we need now is a way to play A Link Between Worlds on something that's sensible. Right? Like, that's all we need. Once we can do that, there's no reason to bust the Wii U out of the closet anymore. Unless I want to play Twilight Princess. Or Wind Waker. Oh my god, I love playing Twilight Princess on Wii U. I thought I hated that game. Turns out I only hated this. That's the part that I hated. Once I got to play it with a real controller like a grown-up big boy, I actually loved Twilight Princess. Never played a Xenoblade Chronicles game. Too anime for me. Not really on my radar. I mean, I just played 90 hours of Final Fantasy VII, so when I say too anime for me, I'm being partially facetious? Facetious? I'm not being fascists, guys. Don't clip that. Damn it, now I'm canceled because I can't pronounce facetious. I don't want to fight Gargoloids. If there were like 6 Gargoloids, I would try, because I could exuviate a bunch of them all at once. Final Fantasy VII made me big boy mad, and I'm not even allowed to rant about it because we're still inside the grace period of spoilers for Rebirth. Because 50% of the people who are going to play that stupid game that I hate aren't going to play it till it comes out on PC. So I have to just sit here seething in my big boy britches for, what is it, 6 or 8 months or something until that game finally comes out on PC and everybody sensible plays it. And then I can start ranting about it properly. No, we did get an exuviate out, so we're doing that now. It's not a speech impediment, I just legitimately don't know how to pronounce facetious. Sit there and seethe in my butt mad. Yeah, thanks, I'm gonna. Who doesn't love seething in a bit of butt mad, right? Florida man tries to say he's facetious, accidentally says he's a fascist, gets canceled. I liked a lot of Rebirth. I loved a lot about Rebirth. I think the combat system is reasonably good. I think a lot of the individual scenes they have are really well written. I like the characters a lot. I especially like Cait Sith. I like everything they did with Cait Sith. I was a little worried that Cait Sith was going to be like a gag character who you're not like really supposed to use, but I can't tell you what I didn't like about the story because it's a spoiler, and even the fact that it's a spoiler is correct. Even that fact makes me mad because it's a spoiler in relation to a game that came out in 1997. So, they don't need to really re-release MGS5. MGS5's on Steam, right? So they don't need to re-release it. I would buy a collection that had 4 Peace Walker. If it has good multiplayer, I think it would be worth buying Peace Walker again and doing a run with some dudes, right? That'd be alright. Do I want other level... Oh, I can't buy more level 3 magic. What I've got is what I've got. Hope can't get any more. Ignis can get some more. A Metal Gear collection of just like the weird spin-offs of like Snake's Revenge and Acid, Ghost Babel. Ignis is the one I can buy spells for, right? Yes. But I don't want any. Like, look at how little healing this is. 15% of your max HP per turn. That's just nothing. That's just nothing. And they can't learn Cure Magic. This is good. This is actually decent. Stone Skin actually can do some work for us. I guess we'll buy that. And then I'm just paranoid, so I'm going to double check. Yeah, I bought it for the correct person. MGS4 desperately needs to be re-released. It needs to be re-released on PC in a version that is playable enough that it is, like, preserved. First of all, I would love to see a new generation of players play MGS4. I think that would be fantastic. I would really, really enjoy just watching people experience that game for the first time who, like, weren't around back then. But yeah, Peace Walker has a PS3 version. I have Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 and Peace Walker on PS3. And if you have Metal Gear Solid 3 on PS3, you also have Metal Gear 1 and 2. I guess we exuviate here and try to take this guy down. Oh, see, I don't think Metal Gear Solid 4 is bad. I love Metal Gear Solid 4. There's one extremely bad story mission partway into the game. In Act 3 where you have to tail that guy through half of Europe. That part is awful. And it always takes an hour. And you can't do anything to speed it up. I forgot to buy more tents. So we are kind of at Astos' mercy here. All right. Put up a lit. A poise. Erased. Cool. That's all your... Oh, you should have had ice for this moment. Oh well. I'm also going to put up a fire, and then I'm going to start exuviating. So we've got 3 buffs. Good for 50 damage. So that'll win us the fight, at least. Because you're going to attack, and then we'll just exuviate you, and we'll exuviate you, and then we'll be done with exuviation, and that's all for Astos, probably. See, the thing is, nowadays, every AAA game has the level of cutscenes that Metal Gear used to get made fun of for back in the day. Metal Gear Solid 2 got raked over the coals for the amount of cutscenes it had. Everybody mocked that game. It got rave reviews. It was a landmark title, but everybody was like, way too many, like 40 some odd minute cutscenes. It is nothing compared to what I just played in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I just played Like a Dragon and Final Fantasy VII pretty much back to back. And both of those games blow Metal Gear out of the water in terms of like cutscene to gameplay ratio. And it's fine. I was willing to put up with it because the cutscenes were good and they advanced the story and I liked the story. And that's the same with Metal Gear. So, turns out, once again, Metal Gear is just ahead of its time. Alright, let's go give a lady her glasses back. I wonder what the next like Metal Gear game Konami's going to try to release is, because they're going to try to release something with Metal Gear on it. They've taken a few swings at it. They did all right with like Metal Gear Rising. That seemed to go over pretty well. They did that Survive game, which nobody wanted a live service Metal Gear. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, what are you even doing with your life? If we get trick-or-treaters, we let them take as much candy as they want to. Just because we almost never get them. We always make sure we have candy just in case. But we were up in Ohio for Halloween a few years ago for a funeral. And we just happened to be up there for Halloween. So I sat out with my mother-in-law and I was like, the whole neighborhood brought tables out front of their houses. So like people like would drive up in minivans and a whole load of kids would come out dressed up. And go to all the tables in the little cul-de-sac she lives on, and then load back up in the van and drive away. I'm like, man, that's the way to do it. That's how trick-or-treating ought to be. I forgot we were going to Matoya. Chance to strike first. We're gonna let these imps live. I'm looking forward to Delta. I'm very curious to see what they do with Delta. Because it's MGS3. It's like, the game is already excellent, just don't mess it up. Just don't mess it up. All you gotta do. Make it look really pretty, and don't mess it up. Do I trust them to do that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they can do it. I guess we'll see. I could not crack Portable Ops. I tried to play Portable Ops and just could not do it. These imps are just asking for it. Here's what I want to watch more than anything. If you guys are looking to get me a birthday present, here's what I want. I want somebody who has played through Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, but has not played OG Final Fantasy VII. You feel me? So they played the remake, they played Rebirth, and then they're going back to play Final Fantasy VII. I want to watch that person's playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. I want that more than anything right now. I am dying to see a player's first taste of Final Fantasy VII be Remake and Rebirth, and then go back to the original and see their like live reaction to it. If anybody knows of anywhere on this big boy internet of ours where that's taking place, please let me know. I'd love to watch it. You know what? I'm going to take this fight, but then I'm going to go back to the inn, so I have 2 blasts of Lit 2 left in the tank. You will do it? So you've played You've played Rebirth and you played Remake, but not the original? Because I know you're going like through the series, right? You're on what, 5? Right now? Didn't I just get yelled at for spoiling Galif's death? Played none of them. Well, so Remake and Rebirth... Remake was, I think, 60 hours or so, and then Rebirth took me like 90-something. First of all, if you put that much time into a video game and you still want to like play the next game in that world, like that's already a lot of Final Fantasy VII, right? Because in my opinion, if you look at the entire Final Fantasy series, just look at them. I mean, just like the visuals alone. Final Fantasy VII has aged worse than every single game. I think these graphics in FF1 for the NES hold up better over time than Final Fantasy VII's did. That's an insane statement if you had read any video game periodicals in 1997. Because that game was blowing minds when the first screenshots started coming out. It was blowing minds. And now I'm saying stuff like, that game's graphics are jank, yo. I think we want this. I'm just going to sell this. So this has a staff that's not very powerful, question mark? So there's like something about this staff, but I'm just going to sell it and take the 6,000 bucks. And you can equip this for now. And then we're just going to take this experience here. Kind of rough not having access to fire too, honestly. But we'll be all right. You know the dealio with the power staff? What's the dealio with the power staff? I'm happy to learn. I'm whatever it is, it's not better than getting 6,000 bucks for it. Here we go. I also love watching people experience Metal Gear Solid games for the first time. That's always fun for me. We always take ogres, even though I don't have the spell charges for it, but we can exuviate a little bit. The summons in Final Fantasy VII, oh my god. The first time you see, like, the Phoenix summon, it's such a big event in that game. Every time you get a new summon, the first thing you want to do is see what it looks like. I scarcely use summons in Rebirth, like never. I just didn't care. They just didn't do anything cool. I used them so rarely. I think the graphics in 7 are very charming. Like the Popeye arms and like the low poly. Like I think the game has charm. I just think it's a very dated kind of charm. That's all I'm saying. Like, one of the mini games in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the Fort Condor game. And when you load into the Fort Condor game, it loads, like, modern versions of, like, the low-poly Popeye arm characters that look fantastic. It's like... It looks like the characters are made out of bubblegum wrappers or something. It's really, really charming. So you could immediately improve Final Fantasy VII by just using that style of low-poly, just blocky, square-looking people for the whole game. In much the same way that you could improve Final Fantasy I by just having sprites with more color depth. You're about to die. We're going to try to take 2 ogres home. I was weirded out when I played the Steam version of Final Fantasy VII, so I was playing it at 1080p. And... some of the character models have mouths that are basically just black splotches on their face that you don't see for whatever reason on the PlayStation. I'm going to play the Steam version of 7, because that's the version I have. I don't have the Switch version. Gots to play the version I have. So for Power Staff to be good, you have to equip a Power Staff on everybody in the party. That's dumb, and I'm not doing it. No, thank you. But yeah, the actual gameplay of 7 Rebirth was fine. The combat engine feels really good. Once you kind of get the hang of it, it's a better combat engine that they've put out in other recent Final Fantasy titles. I think the only one I can think of that I preferred was 16. Combat in 16 just always felt good the entire time I played it, without having to screw around with too much. Contrasted with the combat system of 15, which was complete jank and barely worked, and was only fun if you really knuckled down and learned all the aspects of it that the game never tutorializes properly. What am I doing here? I'm not. I'm going up to the Temple of Fiends. Listen, I'm about to real talk you guys. You're gonna settle in for some real talk? Of the PlayStation era Final Fantasy games, 8 is the best. 8's just the best one. I like 7. I like 9. 8 is masterpiece. My favorite of that era. There, I said it. I said it out loud in English and in front of God and everybody. And now you may do with that information what you choose. I know it's controversial. That's why I made sure everybody was sitting down and clenching their butthole before I said it, because I knew that some monocles were gonna pop out, and my red mage is dying here. I have the correct opinion. I know it. It is the minority opinion and also the correct opinion. And also, my red mage is dead, so we're running from gargoyles now. 9 is just too much of a pain in the butt to play. It's just really, really slow, and it takes forever to get to a point in the game where you get to like start making cool decisions for your characters. And when you do get to start making cool decisions, the decisions are only ever like, which equipment do you want to give them right now so they learn the next skill? Like, that's the only kind of control you have over the character. It's not until very, very late in the game where you have enough skill points and enough different passive skills that you can start like making character builds in 9. For most of the game, you're just equipping the 3 or 4 obviously good skills that you're going to have to use and auto haste. I do love 9. I love 9 a lot. I love 8 just a lot more. Because 8, you can start busting the game open immediately. Kestis is like, hey, you're a dumbass. Let's go to the cave. And you're like, yeah, let's go to that cave. And then on the way to the cave, you can start breaking the game from power on. Step 1 of breaking Final Fantasy VIII wide open, buy tents. That's step 1. Buy tents. Let me not fight imps, please. Tactics is a side game, though, so it doesn't count. It's like it doesn't exist. Like 14. Are there Final Fantasy VIII fanboys out there, other than me? I thought I was the only one. Okay, that's it for armor to sell. I'm gonna go ahead and... Oh, I guess I shouldn't buy... I'll buy potions right now. It's fine. Potions are fine. We can start buying level 4 magic is the thing. But with just what I've got in the bank, I can put my level 4 magic on my restricted mages. And we haven't even looted Dwarfland yet. Do I have a gunblade on my wall? The only sword I own is Arya Stark's sword from Song of Ice and Fire. And which there's some drama around this sword that I bought, right? You guys want to hear about some sword drama? So, in the books, the Game of Thrones books, one of the first things that happened is Arya Stark, she's like the 7-year-old girl. She gets gifted a sword because she's like a tomboy. She wants to like grow up and be a fighter. She doesn't want to like sew and like marry a dude. So she wants to grow up and be a fighter. She can't because girls are bad in this world. Like nobody likes girls. But her brother gives her a sword called Needle. And the books don't describe this sword. They don't describe what this sword like looks like. But you can make some inferences of what it must look like because a 7-year-old girl can wield it properly and actually like use it to learn sword fighting. That's like her character arc in the first book is learning how to sword fight. So you can picture this sword that she's learning with. It has to be small enough and light enough that a 7-year-old girl can wield it, and it has to be light enough and like thin enough that she can conceal it on her person, because she's often described as like sneaking around, like she's hiding this sword on her person somehow. And then throughout the first book, she's learning how to sword fight from a Bravosi water dancer. And a water dancer is like, so if you picture like a standard like sword and board knight, like he's got the big long sword and the shield. Water dancer is like a fencer. Like an agility fighter, more like. And that's the kind of fighting she's learning. And the Bravosi blades are thin, light fencing swords. So the obvious thought was that Arya's sword is one of these, like a Bravosi blade. Which would be like a rapier or an EP or something like that. But it's actually never described in the book. So this company's like, okay, we're going to start selling weapons from Song of Ice and Fire. We're going to just make the replica weapons and sell. Well, they're not replicas. They're real. It's real swords. You could really kill someone with it. But we're going to make the sword and sell it to people. And people were like, what are these swords going to look like? So the first one they showed was Jon Snow's sword, Longclaw, which is this awesome, like, hand and a half sword made out of Damascus steel. With his awesome, like, wolf head on the pommel, which is all out of the books. And people were like, great, that sword's awesome. Then they released Needle, and Needle looks like a claymore, but, like, shrunken down to be, like a little claymore. If you can picture a little, like, two-handed sword, but, like, shrunken down. So it's got this big crossguard, this big, thick crossguard, and it's relatively heavy. You're like, well, that's not what I was picturing from the books. So that's the sword that I own, is I have this this like miniature claymore. And then of course the show comes out, the HBO series comes out, and it's a Bravosi blade. They just gave her a Bravosi blade because that's what makes sense in the fiction. So yeah, there was a little bit of drama about that. This was many, many years ago. I was a young man. Nobody else can equip any of this. Oh, it's chain. You already got chain. Yeah, we're good. So Sting is a dagger. Sting is a dagger made for an elf, like, so it's a large knife, basically. And the reason Bilbo uses it as a sword is because he's a hobbit. He's much, much smaller. So a weapon that is made to be an elven dagger works as a sword for a hobbit, and that is Sting. Could you make Sting? Like, what kind of technology is there? I don't know if Raz is within earshot. He might know, because something chemistry. But, like, is there a way you could make a metal weapon as a replica of Sting, such that under certain circumstances it would actually glow blue? Like, what would the solution there be? Like, what would you have to do to the metal to make it glow blue under certain circumstances? Obviously, we can't have orcs running around, right? Like, I don't want orcs messing everything up. But, like, there must be something you can put in the metal or on the coating or something to get, like, a glowing blue effect. Like, maybe under a black light or something. It'd have to glow. It'd have to be luminescent, because that's how Sting is described, like a blue glow. Actually, sitting here now, I couldn't swear that it is described as a blue glow in the books. I don't know that for certain. But it does glow. In the movies, it glows blue when orcs are near. I mean, short of just, like, running an LED light down the center, which would also look cool, I guess, if we're being honest. That would look pretty okay. See, the thing is I'm a college dropout, so I don't actually know what the word phosphorescence means. Like, I don't know what kind of material that would involve, or if it's something you can, like, coat a blade with, or, like, work into the metal somehow. I'm picturing, like, some kind of additive that you can put into the metal as you're working the steel that, when finished, would glow blue under certain circumstances. That's what I'm wondering. Is that something you can do? Because then you could make Sting, and it would look rad. But I don't actually know anything about metallurgy or I couldn't even spell metallurgy for you. Hope can have ice. And then Ignis can have Amut. And that's probably all the spells we're getting out of there. And I only get one spell, and it's going to be fast. And I can't afford it. I can if I sell off this crap. Well, Tolkien didn't have this problem because it's just a magic sword. Like, he didn't have to come up with an explanation for how it worked. He just had to explain that it did work. Oh, I want to equip that. What am I doing? Alright, so we got all the level 4 magic we could ever want. Does it specify blue in the books? Good to know. Step 1, invent magic. Alright, I'll get right on that. Alright, let's make sure I've only bought one spell per mage. You've got one. You've got one you can cast. You've got one you can cast. So I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels of Exuviate now. But if I go with a higher level spell, it doesn't actually... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't on the party, though. That's fine. It's fine. Only on one character. What a useless spell. I don't even know if there's an enemy that can silence you. I'm curious now. How many enemies in the game can silence you? Can Astos do it? No, Astos can't do it. Nope. Can a fighter do it? Nope. Cure 4, Cure 3, Heal 3, Heal 2. Evil Man can't do it. Oh, there it is. The Grey Naga can cast Mute. So that's one enemy in the game where that spell is potentially not a waste of time. Can you do it? Nope. Mancat got a lot of spells. Mancat, not casting Mute, though. A regular Naga? Nope. How about a Phantom? Phantom can do it. If you let the Phantom cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, its 7th spell is Mute. That will never happen. There's no way you let the Phantom survive for 7 rounds. Absolutely not. But if you did, you could protect yourself against its Mute ability. You could protect one of your characters against its Mute ability. Oh, a Wizard Vampire. 2nd spell is Mute. That's 3. Maybe some of these guys can do it. That was 3 monsters in the entire game that can mute you. This is like our 8th run of this game. I don't think we've ever seen a character get silenced, ever. Has not happened. I've cast the mute spell on monsters before. I've done that once in a while. Off to the Earth Cave. I'm gonna get my Earth on. Do we have level 5? No, we can't pop. We just now got level 4 spells. Oh, I'm gonna walk with a pimp hat for a minute. No, I'm not. I'm gonna sleep in a tent for a minute. This is a gross fight. Yeah, we're gonna reset that. We just got ambushed here. This is not quite as scary an ambush though, so. Like, the anti-poison spell we bought doesn't even cure poison on a character. That's still level 4 magic. I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that you mean Leon Silverberg, because Matthew joins, like, he has to join. He's part of the story. Leon is the one that's basically impossible to recruit. There's like a window of 16 seconds that you can recruit Leon. And I always forget to do it, and I always ruin my save file, and then I'm always sad. I'll take some Grogers. No, I won't. Not on the way in. On the way out, if we see him. Move. Move. Here, let's make sure we heal for this floor. Who's still missing before you go to the end game? How? Don't forget Sonia. You gotta go talk to Sonia. Like, Sonia's in your castle, but she doesn't join you until you go down and talk to her. Make sure you get Mace. Mace is super easy to miss at the end. In fact, Mace is one you can miss out on if you wait too long. Crowley is one that's easy to miss, I feel like. I feel like dudes will miss Crowley from time to time. Peshmerga is one that's easy to miss, yeah, because you got to go through that whole dungeon again. I don't know if there's any that's like really irritating. Other than Clive. Clive's pretty irritating. No, 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 no. No. No stun lock. Good. Oh, by the way, Time Mage, which is the most broken class in this version of the game, immune to paralyze, so can't be stun locked by those battles. I'm actually going to do this. raise everybody's attack, and then take it down in the second round. Yeah, who else is like really easy to miss? You had to have, at the point in the game that you're at, you had to have made sure that Pawn survived. I'm going to assume you did that. Like Pawn is still kicking around in your party? Or in your army, rather? I'm trying to remember who some of the more commonly missed characters are. Quincy is one I can see people forgetting a lot because they forget to go back and talk to him. Yeah, you have to save Pawn from Tio, otherwise he doesn't count. Which there's no way to tell in the game at all, but in those like duels, those one-on-one duels that you fight, are based on your character stats. And the reason that fight's so easy to lose is because most people just don't play Pawn. Most people just don't assign Pawn to the party. If you just like run him through real quick and get him a bunch of levels, it's like really easy to win that fight. Also, there's a glitch where you can lose the fight, but somehow the game doesn't trigger the state properly, so Pawn is like dead and alive. Like you look on your stone slab, his name is like stricken from the slab, it's like grayed out, but he's still there and can still be assigned to your party. But if you do that, he doesn't count as part of your army anymore for purposes of getting the good ending. I've only seen that glitch once. I have no idea how it happened or how you would recreate it. No, don't stunlock me, bro. Fuma, maybe? Fuma is one that kind of easy to miss. Please, let me go. Ignis, get us out of here. Ignis, it's bad. It's bad. Welcome to the Earth Cave, ladies and gentlemen. Ugh. Chance of us getting out of this are minimal now. Thanks, I hate it. Let's do the Earth Cave again. We'll get it done on the first try. We've never been in here before. Never once. They kind of front load all the really scary dungeons in this game, don't they? Because you do Marsh Cave, then Earth Cave, then Ice Cave all at once. With a Time Mage, that would not have happened. Because Time Mage can't be paralyzed, can use egress to reset the battle, So Time Mage just can't get that particular game over. If you've got a Time Mage in your party, you are completely safe from it.
Gee, I sure wish I had a Time Mage.
Oh, also, you can just skip random encounters with a Time Mage, so you're doing that too. Oh, also, with a Time Mage, you're not coming into this cave at all. You just skip this cave entirely. Just absolutely don't do it until the very end of the game when you need to kill the Lich. Also, Time Mage holds Green Mage upside down and takes her lunch money every day. Every single day at Mage School. The random drops go pretty quick. Once you know where the random drops are, they typically don't take more than 3 or 4 minutes. They're pretty quick typically. Suikoden 2 has a character who only joins your party if you've run from battle a certain number of times. That character is a pain in the butt. If you don't know what the requirements are, and it's not obvious. I don't think the game tells you. I think you just kind of have to know. That can be a pain in the butt. The window crystal is not a random drop, is it? You get that in a treasure box, I think, in Suikoden 1. Some of the window sets are random drops. Oh, we were going to do War... You know what? I'm not going to do Warcry. Let's just bust this man's nuts. It's going to take 2 rounds no matter what I do, so I might as well just attack more.
Nothing.
I maybe should have used Warcry. Alright, got the ruby on the first try. Love it. Someone posted in my Discord like a photograph of... I'm gonna exuviate these nerds, I believe. Of a review of Suikoden 2 that was like, this game has a boring storyline, pedestrian, boring, obvious storyline. You did not play the game. Nobody who's played Suikoden, especially in the 1990s when the game was new, nobody who played Suikoden 2 could have said that about the story. Tell me you haven't played Suikoden 2 without telling me you haven't played Suikoden 2. I don't know if you've got exuviated up there, Squall, so we're going to try again. Did not. Cool. The thing about the Suikoden games, especially the first 2, is if like the story doesn't click with you in the first 2 Suikoden games, there's nothing else to latch onto. Nothing. The games are all story. The battle system is so, if anything's pedestrian, the battle system is. Because you can just auto battle through 99% of encounters effortlessly. Everybody ready to watch me get stun locked again? Didn't happen. Fooled you. Told you. Like, I think Beyond the Beyond had more interesting combat mechanics than Suikoden did. back in the Dizzy. I didn't use any Lit 2, so I'm going to use some now. And you're going to Exuviate, and you're going to try to Appoise. Yeah, if the auto battle weren't fast in Suikoden 1, the game would be kind of unplayable, because it's kind of cool watching all your little guys like bounce out and do the thing. It's kind of fun. And it's legitimately kind of annoying when you are in a battle that you have to address the character's commands every round. Because that's a lot of buttons. You're addressing commands on 6 characters. No, actually, the PS1 era of like JRPGs, that was the era where everybody was like experimenting with weird systems. Like battle systems were weird. Everybody kind of had their own little twist on it, and we're kind of like loading more and more guff onto the game, like more and more steps in between just you, the player, doing the damage to the monsters and getting the gold. Some of them had tried to have complicated storylines, and then the stories just ended up sucking, because it's actually really hard to write a complicated storyline, and complication doesn't actually improve a storyline in all cases anyway, so... See, that was an era of a lot of experimentation happening. And not always for the better. But Suikoden did not do that. Suikoden and Suikoden 2 are just really bare bones combat. Attack, spell, there are combo attacks between... But there's not like a combo attack system. Does that make sense? Like, combo attacks, if you have 2 characters in the party that have a combo attack together, you can use it. Is how it works. There's not like a system of building up combo attacks or learning them or putting them together like a Chrono Trigger kind of thing. And they're extremely rare, and it's not always obvious what characters have them. Legend of Legaia had a cool combat system, but man, was it slow. It took an hour to do anything in that game. It's almost as slow as Baldur's Gate 3. Almost. Dude, I just dunked on Baldur's Gate 3. It's awesome. See, I didn't play Legend of Dragoon at the time. I thought it looked terrible. I was a teenager and I thought it looked terrible. So what does that say about Legend of Dragoon? Nothing good. If you're a teenager in 1996 or whatever year that was and you thought the game looked bad, not terrific. But yeah, that was the console that had like Grandia and Star Ocean 2, which both have kind of positional battle systems, where like your characters can like move around the board, but it wasn't like a tactical game, like a grid, like Final Fantasy Tactics or something. I don't remember how the particulars of like how Grandia worked. I remember there being lots of meters all over the screen all the time. That's all I remember of Grandia. I think somebody gave me that on Steam. I think I've got the Steam version of that. You had Parasite Eve, which was an ATB system, but like while your bar was filling up, before it was your turn, you had to like run around and dodge the enemy attacks. So they were trying like a hybrid action system. Xenogears was another one that was all about like chaining combos together. I'm gonna kill all these guys. Chrono Cross was like you would use abilities to paint the arena like in a color. Like you use a red ability and now the arena had like a red mark on it. And then if you were able to chain some of those together, you could get access to stronger attacks. But enemies could also use colored abilities that could like ruin your... I remember hating it. Chrono Cross. Battles in Chrono Cross I was not into. Is that a better hat than what I have? Sure is. Square puts 6 character classes in this game, but only one of them gets to use armor. That's why Fighter is so good. Armor is the best thing in the game. Best thing in the game. What other games from that era? Saga Frontier. That game's wild. I just got a that wasn't a remake, but they got re-released on Switch recently, within the past couple of years. I guess there are things to love about Chrono Cross, just the combat system wasn't one of them. And if a JRPG has a bad combat system, that's a big ask. That's a real big ask. The original Persona was from that era. Revelations Persona. Where you have this, like, dialogue system in combat to recruit monsters. To recruit demons to your side. That was a corridor-style dungeon hack RPG. Where you talked to the bad guys. I'm going to use all my cure spells now. Not having level 1 magic made that Garland fight at level 1 a little dicey, but I think cure was the correct choice for the Red Mage. Yeah, you can forgive a lot in a JRPG. There's usually a lot going on in JRPGs where, like, if one aspect of the game doesn't work for you, other aspects can carry it. But the battle system's got to be good. If the battle system's not good, then that means the core gameplay loop is not good. And now you're just playing an unfun game. Okay, can I get away from these friggin' tigers, please? Tony the Tiger just... they're great all over my big old face. I gotta sail all the way back to Canaria now, because like there's no clinic in Melmedimond. Hope has like Charlie Brown feet. I've decided they're not her bare feet. I've decided they're shoes. Got like Charlie Brown shoes. Like one of them tigers set up a football and Hope ran out there and tried to kick it. Wearing moccasins. I don't know that the characters in Charlie Brown were Mexican. I don't think they're wearing moccasins. I think they're wearing like loaves of bread that they just stuff their feet into. I think that's more likely. My dad used to wear moccasins all the time. Very, very weird. He was like a little too young to like get in on the hippie movement, but if he was like a little bit older, he would have been a hippie for sure. He like pretended to be a hippie, right? Like throughout his adult life, he always was like kind of a hippie, but Like, he was like a faux hippie. Like, he was too young for the hippie movement. He tried to sneak in on the hippie movement after it peaked. Nobody's trying to smooth in onto, like, the early aughts hipster movement, right? Like, there's nobody who was like, oh, man, I was too young to be a hipster, but that's a cool thing to be, so I'm gonna... Nobody. I feel like goths kind of come and go in waves. I don't need to save here because I just did the thing, right? Yeah, I just did the thing. So what's my play? Just run to Lich. With no fasts. Yes, that's the play. Cool. I'm going to save my Cure spells for the Lich fight if I need them. Because I think Cure is a guaranteed 30 hit points in battle, whereas a Potion is variable. Or maybe Cure scales, and that's why it's better. Or maybe it's not better, and I'm a crazy person. Look, man, I do not differentiate between the various subculture of goth. Okay, a goth is a goth is a goth. I'm going to let the goths have their own conversation about how they want to divide and subdivide their group. As an outsider, y'all just goths. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only classification I need to pay attention to. Why is my computer beeping? I don't like these wizards being here, but they are here, so let's just fight them. We just have to hope that Hope doesn't get pumped. Ugh. We could buy armor for the green mages. Like, I could buy silver bracelets, but if I did that, I would be spending money on green mages. I don't know when the last time I've seen a goth in the wild has been. It's been a minute. But I assume that, like, that style's come and gone several times since I was, like, in high school. Now, do you mean to say that the island where you live is forever hippie island in the sense that it is always where hippies live? Or is it the island where the forever hippies live? Because there's a very subtle difference between those two things. Because I think I would not mind visiting, like, Forever Hippie Island if it's, like, forever the island where hippies live. But if we're talking about it's the place where the forever hippies live, I think I would like to not visit. Here we have the elusive forever hippie. The forever hippie, that's the guy who started to be a hippie in the 1960s and never stopped. So has just been a hippie for 60 years now. That's the forever... That dude's scary. That dude still thinks it's 1968, right? And yes, he wears moccasins. Like, they're on his feet. For sure. Alright, I think no more wizards past this point. No! Don't do it! Oh, Tara got us out of there. Tara's like, I don't want this. The undead rolled up like, hey man, you want to buy our NFTs? And Tara's like, nope, I don't do NFTs. That's what happened there. That's what Stunlock is in this game, is the creatures are trying to get you to buy their NFTs and you can't get away from their endless, inane conversation. Gonna need more heals after we get out of here. I've got one soft. I've got one soft. Like, I've got one. There we go. I don't like the environment. I'm anti-environment. The environment is the enemy and it must be destroyed. We have pictures of the environment, and I think that's good enough. We just look at pictures of what the environment used to look like when we had one. But it's good that we don't have it anymore. Can I win this fight? I'm not scared of Captain Planet. Are you kidding me? He's like, I'm going to take pollution down to 0. I'm like, great. I'm going to have air conditioning. We need ice. I guess cast a poise. Because ice is going to actually come out. There it is. Lich has fire, not lightning, right? Oh, we got Lit 2 and Fire 2. Got both. Okay. Who did we exuviate there? Terra or Squall? One of them didn't get it off, so we'll just do both green mages here. $100 damage, that's decent. 6 damage, that was butts. Alright, let's put up a lit. Let's put up a stone. Why not? Got lit up. We didn't get lit up. Lit came out too late. And I didn't want to put it up earlier because I wanted to get some exuviate out there. Oh well. But now we should be able to... Whichever one of these didn't get exuviated before will get exuviated with 4 buffs. Looks like it was that one. That was 75 damage. No more lit 2, so we're just gonna run from Groves. Do I look at level 5 magic? Actually, I probably want Warp as my level 5 magic, don't I? So I don't want to buy anything until I'm a red wizard. What about the bros here? So one's gonna get a water and one's gonna get a wind. Oh, was that Hope or Ignis? That was Hope. So Ignis is gonna get a wind. Again, I think there's literally one water attack in the game, and there's literally one wind attack in the whole game, and I think Chaos has both. I don't hate the environment, I just think we can do without it. It is the enemy, it must be destroyed. The last straw was the paper straws, ironically enough. That was it for me. You gotta use paper straws to save the environment. What bugs me about the paper straw thing is not even like the fact that paper straws don't work. I don't know if any of you guys have tried to drink a drink out of a paper. It doesn't work. It just doesn't. Just the straw collapses, and you have to get a second and third one or whatever. What actually bugs me the most about it is we passed a city ordinance where I live. In whatever city this is, I forget. But we passed an ordinance. You know, I'm going to take these, actually. We need these. We need the EXP. Here, let's stack 2 of these. There's no enforcement, and there's no possible way to enforce it. So they passed this ordinance, and all these environmentalists like patted themselves on the back, like, we got the straw thing passed. Now the environment's going to be fine. But every restaurant we go to still gives out plastic straws because paper straws don't work, and they just make their patrons upset if their like waiters bring out paper straws. So everybody just ignores the law, and there's no enforcement. Like, they're not going to call the police. Oh, you're using paper straws. It's like they passed a law that wasn't going to accomplish anything and then didn't bother enforcing it and then patted themselves on the back. That's 21st century environmentalism. Captain Planet would be proud. I'm not convinced. If the plastic straw industry in this world were so large that its only function was literally to produce one plastic straw per person on planet Earth every single day, and then burn them in a big fire, like they don't even use the straws, just burn them in a big fire, I'm not convinced that would do as much environmental damage as like our transportation and energy industries already do. Like, I'm not convinced straws are the answer. Sorry, environmentalists. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not that smart. I'm not claiming I know anything. I can get my shoes tied on the first try sometimes. That's the extent of my ability in this workaday world. Do I have cabins and stuff? I've got tents in a house, so yeah, we can do Ice Cave. And that's all the potions I can buy for the time being. I don't actually hate the environment, guys. I don't actually want to. I don't want to burn the rainforest. I don't want to pave the whales. Like, I'm not actually like out there rolling coal. I would rather see people get excited about actual solutions that could solve problems, rather than just the showmanship of like pretending to solve problems so people can feel good about it, which is what most environmentalism actually is. Is that a more or less controversial opinion than the Final Fantasy VIII thing I said earlier? Difficult to know. Pave the rainforest with whales. Are there enough whales? There might not be enough whales, man. In general, I'm willing to support any cause. In general, I'm just against bad arguments. If you have a good cause but a bad argument, right? Like the paper straw thing, I think is an excellent example. Like, yeah, we should be producing less carbon. We should be taking care of the planet. We should make sure that the rainforests are replenishing. We should repair the ozone layer. Like, we should do all these things. But the way we get there is not to nag people to use paper straws. It's just not. Unfortunately, we don't actually have a way to have a grown-up conversation about what the solutions actually are, because the only way people have conversations is on social media. I don't want to be here. What am I doing? I want to go to Ordeals first. Ah! I biffed it. I biffed it hard. I ultra biffed it. Well, we're here now, so let's... Damn it. Zoidbergs are fine, it's just... I have a limited amount of Lit 2. If I had gone to Ordeals first, I would have a maximum amount of Lit 2. I would have infinite Lit 2. There's actually a kind of... there's a phenomenon that you could look into. It's a real thing. You can look into it. I think I've exuviated you already. There. Called survival of the cutest. This is a real thing. And the idea behind it is that, like, yeah, it's good that we have a program to protect endangered species, but the species that we decide to protect are just cute ones. The ones that look cute in pictures. There's a lot of species that need protection or that are on the brink of extinction or who are endangered in their habitats, and we don't care about them because they're like bugs. And nobody likes bugs. Alright, we can't... Where are my buttons at? There we go. Alright, we can't be here yet. Not yet. Not with those wizards anyway. I'm going to give it another run or two, but... Yeah, running this without the Zeus Gauntlet is not necessarily the smartest idea I've ever had in my life. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, see, I love the idea of, like, training people to use their own cups or bring their own straws or use their own bags at the grocery store. And I think people that do that on their own accord, I think that's great. But you're not going to get everybody to do it without legislation. And you're never going to be able to pass a law that says the restaurants don't have straws. That's the way to do it. If you think straws are part of the problem, the restaurants don't have them anymore. You have to bring your own straw, or you have to drink out of a cup, like a grown-up, like this. I don't have any problem with people... Because, yeah, pandas are, like, objectively the worst animal on the planet, right? They're just bad at being animals. But I don't have any problem with panda conservation. People like pandas. And some people want to expend energy to keep the pandas alive. No problem with that at all. I have no issue with people who want to spend their lives preserving pandas. I just don't see it as an environmental issue. I see it as a, we think this animal is cute issue, which is fine. I'm a big fan of just saying what your thing is and not pretending that your thing is something else, right? Just say what your cause is and don't soup it up by saying it's something that it's not. Or by making bad arguments. I saw a real bad argument on YouTube earlier today, but I can't remember what it was now. I can't remember now. I've had a really rough day. I've had like no sleep. I laid in bed for like 6 hours today and got no sleep at all. So my brain is really addled right now. I'm having difficulty functioning as a person. I looked away and my fighter's dead. So that's cool. That's a cool thing that happened. Oof. Alright, we're going to try it. We're going to run it, but I'm not... I don't know how good it's going to look, kids. Let's throw out a lit and a poise, and the next round, whoever's still alive can exuviate. Great, we didn't even get lit 2 out. This is the worst situation you could be in. This is the worst situation you could be in. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. My guys, I think it is over. Woof. I don't have a soft. I've got no resources to be in this cave. Yeah, you know what? Executive decision, we're just going to go to ordeals first. That'll get us money we need for potions and stuff. It'll get us heal staff. It'll get us Zeus gauntlets. The solution that I like, that I know is not actually very popular, and this is the honest truth. I'm not trolling anybody. Sometimes I say this kind of stuff and people think that I'm just trying to get a rise out of them. Legitimately, the solution, as far as I'm concerned, is to pivot to nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power in all its forms. It's cleaner, it's safer, it's more efficient at generating electricity. I think we could supply our power grid with a combination of nuclear power plants, solar power, and better batteries. Better battery technology. Those that's what's going to get us there. But no, we got to keep burning the black rocks that we dig out of the earth. I don't know that fusion will ever be a thing. But maybe? I know that cold fusion comes around as a fun scam every couple of years, and a bunch of people fall for it, and a bunch of investors throw money at it. And we have a lot of sailing ahead of us, kids, because I did this wrong. I did it wrong, and I apologize. The main problem with solar is it is just not consistent, and you can't use it everywhere. There's places in the world that you'll just never generate an appreciable amount of electricity to like function as society with solar panels alone. In Florida, you absolutely could. Where I live, the only reason we don't have solar panels on our house is because like all the solar companies around here are basically scams. Which is terrible, but it's the truth. I don't like it any more than you do, but like, solar isn't going to be ever going to be big in, like, the UK. You just don't have the geography for it. And it's extremely inefficient. Like, even at its best, like, the best solar panels, like, even theoretically, without a Dyson sphere, you're only getting a fraction of a % of what you could get from nuclear fission. Or we can just keep burning coal forever. Like, we'll never ever run out of coal. There's more coal and there's more coal and natural gas in the planet that we could use in thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So we can just keep burning it until humanity just lights itself on fire. Like, that's also a solution that we have. Theoretically, you could solve any level of energy problem with a good enough battery. The question is, can we make batteries good enough, quickly enough to keep up with production and to keep up with advancing levels of energy needs? But yeah, theoretically, you could get petrified and have to reload the save. With good enough batteries, you could use any kind of clean energy that you want. The reason I like nuclear power is just there's really no reason to not use it. It's clean and it's safe. And we know how to do it safely. We know how to not blow ourselves up if we're using it properly. The industry's already there. We've just regulated ourselves into a corner where we're not allowed to use it to its fullest potential. We're not allowed to build new plants. The plants that do get built have to be, they take like something like close to a decade to actually go online, and then like another decade before they're profitable or something ridiculous. So there's no reason to not pivot to it if we're currently burning things. I like any energy solution. I don't think we should turn our nose up at any idea. Like, there's places in the world where wind power is the solution, for sure. There's places in the world where geothermal and hydropower are definitely the solution. Just anything that gets us away from burning all the things. Like, we're burning all the dead dinosaurs, and soon there won't be any more dead dinosaurs. No, that's not true. We'll never run out of dead dinosaurs to burn, but in the meantime, I rail against paper straws, and that gets me through the day. I've decided that is the biggest problem in my life, is when I go to a restaurant, they give me a paper straw. I'm not even convinced on like a material standpoint that the paper straws are better, because over the course of a meal at a restaurant, I will use 1 plastic straw or 3 paper straws. What's the exchange rate here? Right? Like, what's better? Is it better to throw away 1 plastic straw or 3 paper ones? I don't actually know the answer to that question. I'll bet the answer is really embarrassing for the paper straw people. Paper regrows. Yeah, if you invest the energy into doing it. Like, that's part of the calculus. Yeah, if you invest enough energy, you can do anything you want. The question is the energy expenditure in regrowing that tree that makes paper straws, does it outweigh the cost of having the plastic? You could recycle the plastic and make more straws out of old straws if you wanted to. Here's my actual solution to the straw thing, leaving the environmental stuff out of it. Here's the solution. Metal straws. At a restaurant, you get a metal fork and a metal knife and a metal spoon to eat your dinner with. Why don't you get a metal straw with your drink? And then you use the straw, and then they take it back and wash it. Like, they wash your plate and your fork. Like, they're not spending any more energy running the dishwasher. They're just putting the straw that you use into the dishwasher. Metal straws. I'm sorry, did I just solve every societal problem in 10 seconds? Too bad nobody asked me. We're going to give this to Ignis and actually equip it, because I think it's literally better. No, it's the same as what he had. Oh well. I have metal straws in my kitchen that I like to use. Ooh, a gold bracelet, you say. We're going to give that to Ignis, because he's holding the heal staff. ice sword. We're going to switch these around and then give this to you. Why not by default metals? Like by default metal straw? Why not? People need straws to drink in restaurants. Give them the metal ones. Like, there's nothing wrong with drinking without a straw either. Just we're used to it. That's all. You can have this, Mr. Hope. Alright, so now Hope has a better damage option than anything Exuviate will ever do. See, I think recycling is a scam. Come on, dude. I don't have any. Oh, God. This is not good. This is not good. Wow. We got bodied by Medusas. I feel like every time I've looked into the actual mechanics of like the recycling process, talking about like turning my garbage into stuff, having like my separate bin for, it's just, it takes energy to produce the things that you're recycling. Like you can't just take the garbage and then put it in a machine and then useful stuff comes out. Like you need to expend energy to transport it. You have to expend energy to have people sort it. You have to expend energy to remove materials from it before it can be used again. And once all of that calculus gets added up, I'm just not convinced it's a better solution than just having good landfill practices. I would recycle if they made me, like by law. If I had to recycle or I would get a fine, that's the only way I would do it. We should just load all our garbage into a rocket and ship it off into the sun. That's what we should do. That would actually take more energy than any other possible solution we could have. If it's true that we should recycle paper and metals, then we need a system in place whereby I don't have to do anything for that to happen, right? Like that infrastructure should be there to recover my paper and metals regardless of what I do with it. If that's actually the solution, then that's what we need to do. We can't have these situations where people have to decide on their own accord because they're good people that they're going to recycle certain materials. I would have no problem if they took my garbage and rooted through it and took everything, all the paper out and recycled it. I'm fine with that. Just, if that's the best solution, we should already be doing it. We do have curbside recycling. I don't use it 'cause it's a pain in the ass. I have to sort through my own garbage, so all the stuff ends up in this box and some stuff ends up in that box. And then I've got to remember different days of the... I'd rather just take my trash out. So yeah, I could do it, but nobody's making me do it. And until somebody makes me do it, I'm not going to do it. And that's the big hurdle with... Assuming recycling is the answer, that's the big hurdle. Like, make me do it. And again, like recycling, I just don't, that's not the solution. The solution is energy production. It's still not, it's a drop in the bucket compared to transportation and energy production. You know what I use my recycling bin for? When we order like big stuff on Amazon, especially on Christmas time, we end up with tons and tons of cardboard boxes that we can't fit into our main garbage. So we put them in the recycling box as like a holdover. They sit in the recycling box for an extra week just to stash them somewhere before we can throw them away properly. That's what our recycling box gets used for. I don't even know what day our recycling is, honestly. But maybe we should have an industry that's like... Maybe it should be some government agency's job to sort through everybody's garbage and make sure it all gets recycled properly. That might be a good idea. it wouldn't be profitable. You couldn't make money doing that. Otherwise, we'd already be doing it. But maybe maybe our taxes should go to pay for a system like that. I might be persuaded to vote for that. It's not going to happen, but yeah, our recycling day and our trash day are 2 different days. And I already forget to take my trash out half the time. Like, I don't know how many times I've woken up and been like, oh, is today the trash day? And did I forget to take it out again? I feel like I already did all this trading weapons back and forth. Don't even get me started on pennies. You want to talk about wasteful use of resources. Step 1, abolish the penny. Right? Alright, you dudes. Heal staff. Keep me alive. So I've made the Green Mages redundant by adding the Zeus Gauntlet and the Heal Staff to my repertoire. Green Mages are now just completely redundant. Absolutely pointless. Yeah, I'm aware Canada has no penny. I'm aware Canada has no penny because every time somebody makes an argument in the US, like, we can't get rid of the penny because, and then they give a long list of reasons why society will collapse and, like, everything will fall apart and, like, everybody's bank account will explode. And I just point to Canada. Like, they got rid of the penny. Canada didn't explode. I think we would have noticed if Canada had exploded. Maybe we wouldn't. Maybe nobody would ever notice if Canada just exploded, and that's the problem. But pennies have also been abolished on, like, U.S. Military bases, both in the country and foreign bases. Like, you can't spend a penny on a military base. They just round everything to the nearest nickel or dime. I forget which. But it's like, you can't get more patriotic and American than spending money on a military base, and they won't take your pennies. I would notice if Canada exploded. I know enough people that live in Canada that I like, that if they suddenly just all vanished, I would be like, wait a minute, where's those like 8 people I know? And then I'd look at the news and it'd be like, oh, Canada explodes. Most people didn't notice. Alright, let's sell some Garbo. If we've got Garbo to sell. Oh, I got this. Yeah, hell yeah. I don't like to talk politics on my stream, but I'll say this. I don't think Mr. Ron DeSantis is a very good governor. And I would like him to not be governor anymore. Let's buy like 6 of these. Let's buy like 4 of these. And that's it. Did I end? I have not end. I will end. It's so frustrating because DeSantis keeps taking L's. Like, he keeps losing court cases. I forget how many. I had the details of this in my brain a few weeks ago when it was news, but my brain is addled right now. But like a lot of like school districts in the country have just completely reversed all of his terrible "don't say gay" stuff. Like the stuff that got AGDQ canceled out of Florida, so that they had to cancel it. That's all been overturned, basically, in Florida, in most school districts in Florida. Like it was found to be against the state constitution or whatever. Like this asshole keeps taking L's, but he's still our governor until we vote him out. Actually, we don't have to. He can't run again. He's not governor anymore after this, regardless of what he does. And no one will miss him or his weird shoes. I wouldn't mind if Bugs Bunny sawed Florida off. That wouldn't bother me. I'd just float away and now I would live on a Caribbean island and that'd be cool. We would just float down and be even more tropical. We'd like get like Jamaica's climate. That'd be awesome. Bugs Bunny doing me a favor. Oh, I did my tents. Okay, well, we're going to use houses up here then. I love Florida, though. I love living here. I love Florida. You can't not beat the weather. And, like, for the most part, it's a pretty chill place to live. It's just we currently have a completely insane governor who doesn't care about the state at all. And is trying to buy all of this hard right-wing clout because he wants to be president. That guy's only like 5 years older than me. He's only like 45. That's insane to think about, that one of the politicians destroying our country is only like... He's like my age. See, now this fight's fine, because I'm going to throw Lit 2 out, but I've also got this Zeus Gauntlet, and I've got this Heal Staff. So we're gonna kind of mop up as we go, right? Peanut and I have discussed where we might move to in the U.S. if we had to leave Florida for whatever reason. We've only seriously considered 3 other places in the U.S. where we might live. And one is like a maybe. One is like a wishy-washy maybe. So, like, the maybe one, the one, like, 40%, like, if we really couldn't, if we had to move out of Florida, like, tomorrow, for whatever reason, we'd probably move to Georgia and live in Georgia somewhere. There's, like, there was a mass exodus of teachers from Florida that went and got, like, they got their degree in Florida, but then the state has been so hostile to teachers for the past 4 or 5 years or so that they went and got jobs in Georgia instead. So Georgia has got all our good teachers for like the past decade. So that's one option we have. The reason that's not a good option is because Georgia weather sucks compared to Florida weather. We live far enough south that even other places in the American South are too cold for us. So the only other options we've actually considered were like Southern California and Hawaii. I would not mind moving to Hawaii. Yes, Georgia weather is worse than Florida weather. It's further north. It's colder for more of the year. And it gets more snowfall. McLean might gainsay me this if he's still around. Like, he might come out and correct me. But Georgia is, like, in the worst possible place in the U.S. to get snowfall. Outside of maybe, like, parts of Texas. Because they get snow rarely enough that they don't have the infrastructure to deal with snow. Does that make sense? Like, if you live in a place where you only get serious snow once or twice a year, when you get snow, it's like a catastrophe. Whereas if you live in, like, Cleveland, which is where most of my and Peanut's family are up from Ohio. Mine are from Cleveland and hers are from Canton, Ohio. Like, you get snow every year. You black off like 2 months of the calendar that you know you're going to be buried in snow. That's true. Global warming has corrected some of this problem for us, which is nice. That was very nice of it. This is bad, what's happening to me right now. It's bad. I'm going to try to run it, though. I remember reading a situation, this happened decades ago, This must be like back in the 80s. In like 89, we had huge snow flurries all over Florida. To the point where I lived way down in central Florida, right? And we got snow here. Oh, is this a can't run fight? I think this is a can't run fight. And so North Florida got tons and tons of snow. They got buried. So there's like actual video from like 1989 of this winter, like Jacksonville or Gainesville, like covered in snow. But we don't have snow plows or anything here. So what we ended up doing was like borrowing snow plows from like leasing them from like Georgia and South Carolina. And in so doing, they then didn't have snow plows to deal with their own snow, which was funny. Apparently that's something that happens once every few decades. Like the snow plows just aren't in the right place at the right time. I'd rather never have snow ever. Ever. I'd rather not have that in my life for any reason, anytime, ever. Thank you for asking. Man, I sure wish Squall was alive. That'd be cool. Alright, well, we've got a fasted ice sword, which is not terrific, but it's what we have. Alright, alright. Fasted ice sword got me there. Ooh, ooh. I think we outie. All we gotta do is get off this floor and we're done. Of course, this is the floor that just murdered my fighter a minute ago. Yeah, I think I've got to fight this. I think I got to kill this guy. Yeah, see, I could never live in Canada anywhere. Like, I just can't do it. I like seeing snow in pictures. See, I look at it, I think it's the other way around, Zebra. I don't think that it's like I'm intolerant to like snow and cold weather, right? That's the stereotype, right? I think what's happening is my brain is correct and people who live in snow have a form of derangement where they believe that living in snow is reasonable and like an okay thing. Do you know the Floridians who are most likely to be incapable of handling snow? This is the God's honest truth. I say this as a man who's lived in Florida for 40 years. The Floridians who handle snow the least are the ones who grew up with it somewhere else and then moved here and then lived without it, like lived a lifetime without it for a while, and then have to go back and deal with it again. Because they forgot what it's like. They were free. Like Dobby has been handed clothes. They were free. And now they've got to scrape windshield again. Snowbirds cannot handle the cold. They hate it. Nobody complains about the cold more than the snowbirds do. You know why? Because they lived in like Chicago for 60 years and they retired here. So when it gets even a little bit cold, when it dips down to like 40, 50 in the winter, they're the first ones to be like, I thought we moved away from all this. That's all of them. And then every single time somebody from up north comes to visit, like on vacation or something, oh, you brought the cold weather with you. Yuck. That can't feel good, right? You go on vacation, you're like gonna go to Disney or something on Florida vacation because you live in the gray wasteland of the American North or the Canadian South or basically anywhere that's not here. So you already live in a crappy place and you come to visit a cool place like Florida because you're gonna go on vacation and you get here and it's the coldest part of the year And then every Floridian's like, hey, you brought the cold with you. I didn't do it. I'm on vacation. Like, I didn't fill out like a checkbox or something. I didn't punch a card for the weather. Here's the other fun thing to watch for. Okay. Take somebody who grew up north somewhere where there's no sun ever. Like, say, my wife, who lived in Ohio for 18 years and moved to Florida. No matter how long that person lives in Florida, where the sun will literally kill you 80 days out of the year, like if you're outside for more than 5 minutes, you melt into a pile of slag. That person will never internalize the importance of sunscreen. Ever. Doesn't matter. Because something in their brain, they just, oh, the sun's not dangerous. It's just bright. And then later that night, the whole body beat red. Bad things are happening on my screen here. That's what people say. They're like, yeah, but you live in Florida, so it's like 100 degrees. No, it's not. It is a balmy 72 all the time because I'm indoors and I have an air conditioner. I have a light jacket I wear for when it snows. Can I buy my pro? I can buy one pro ring. I'm so broke. Why am I so broke, y'all? Because I haven't looted Dragon Islands yet. Two green mages. What a party, right? Actually, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we have 8. Oh, we don't. We have level 5 charges yet. Okay, once we get level 5 charges, we should be able to do this exuviate nonsense. We should take mana cores while they're here. It's like free stuff. You know what technology I think is legitimately going to do a lot to help the environment probably over the next couple of decades? I can't find another human being that believes this is true, but I think it's going to happen. Synthetic meat. Fake meat is going to be something so good that people will just replace regular meat. And then our meat production can be scaled way, way back, and that will have an impact on parts of the environment. Once you can grow... I don't mean like Impossible Burgers. I don't mean like plant-based meat. I mean like once you can synthetically grow proteins in a lab that are close enough to being hamburgers that they're cheaper than regular hamburgers. I don't know what the actual technology on that looks like, but Someday you're going to be able to 3D print whatever strands of DNA and protein material that you want. Alright, we got to go talk to the 13th Sage and get our... You don't have spell charges yet, do you? You do have spell... No, you don't. Okay. I forget what the Red Mage's promotion quest is. Did I loot this place? Yes, I did. Does the photo be 50k? It does almost. Almost have a bottle. Got nothing to sell though. We broke. 13th Sage. So I don't remember what to do with the Red Mage. Wait, yes I do. He's going to tell me to go to Lufenia. Yeah, we'll go to talk to Sarda. That's the Adamant. Knock on the back of the magic. Yeah, okay. So. Alright, so new stuff we have. I've got this. So all melee damage is reduced to 0 for the next 2 rounds. We'll never use that. That's pointless. There's no point to ever using that. I can convert spell charges between levels, which is cool. And refresh a limit ability, which, unless your green limit ability is awesome. Oh, we'll get that healing benefaction. Resistance to most negative stat. I wonder if we could barrier and then exuviate the barrier, actually. I'm not sure. We'll just wait till we have spell charges. Because, yeah, limit breaks are just not going to be very useful in this party. So Red Mage's ability to restock a limit break is never going to get used. Do I have to do this with both green wizards, or did they both get it? Warding circle. Well, we both got it. So that's basically a save point, which we can use a tent on. Oh, we should buy some tents if we want to use that. Holy KB. You've got level 5, you've got level 5. Can Red Mage learn exits? I don't know, but let's find out. Yes. Okay. We're nowhere near having enough spell charges for it, though. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. I'm allergic to not having enough spell charges. Where do I go, then? I don't want to go anywhere I can't warp out of. I guess we're going to the waterfall. Because we can't afford nothing. Yeah, we'll go to the waterfall next. I didn't buy tents. I said I was going to, and then I didn't. Got a cabin up here I can use. I might end up using this house, actually. Well, that's enough to buy my bottle. Yeah, we'll use this house up here. Great. A chance to strike first. Free experience points. Wow, Hope was missing so much health that House didn't even heal him up. This is a bad sprite. They redrew the knight sprite to be a paladin, and it just looks awful. It looks like he has like aviator's goggles that he wears like around his chest. Like he didn't get the hint, that, like the memo that says you're supposed to wear, when you're not wearing your aviator's goggles, you're supposed to put them on top of your head. No, he pulls them down under his chin. That's where he keeps his goggles. So Hope and Ignis did get like a healing ability, but again, it works in the most roundabout way possible because they have to take some amount of damage, and then they can, it like fills up their like healing battery, and then they can turn around and use it. This guy looks pretty cool, though. We'll just walk with him. Snorting! Actually, I'm gonna run from stuff in here. Like, I can't kill stuff fast anymore. Move. Move. Did I use my lightning too? No. Oh, I better actually... No. I want to do this for the remainder of this dungeon. This bat. I gave it to the wrong character. See, like, barrier doesn't even come out first. Some abilities are flagged to guarantee to come out first in a combat round. That limit break doesn't even do that. So cool. Oh, I can make bats move if I've got the fighter in the lead. I can force them out of my way. Or I can force them to take a step. Whether they leave my path or not, I guess is up to them. This is just free money, though. Sorry, I cannot walk around with the knight. He just looks too stupid. I have to put the red wizard in the front. Gotta do it. I will suffer the bats, if need be. That time he's got right out of the way. Move. Move. Snorting. Nobody saw me waste that cure spell, and you could never prove it in court. Excuse me? I'm a canoe? I'm a canoe? And I skipped the spike square? I'm not a canoe? Do we just pretend that didn't happen? That didn't happen, right? I was not a canoe. I'm a canoe? Hello? He's walking on me. Alright, I guess spiked squares are just canoes now. If this bug persists, that's fine with me.
I guess I'm just a part-time canoe. Just part of the time I'm a canoe. Yeah, I don't want this fight. Here I expect to be a canoe. But here it makes sense to be a canoe. Yeah, I'm going back to the airship. Oh yeah, I don't have Oxyl yet either. Anyway, so yeah, I gotta go back to the airship. I mean, I don't have to. I can just walk in circles forever fighting gators. Alright, sell off some goodies and see if we can buy some pro rings. Buy 3 and then I'll grab a 4th later. Oh, we probably need one of these too. Yeah, we're gonna need opal. We're gonna need gold and opal. Should I buy that now? I'll buy that. Yeah, we'll buy it now. Let's get it done. Get it done, son. Can no longer switch characters to the cadence of the music, so I've got 2 of the same party member, so they just look identical. All green wizards look alike. Alright, let's go to mermaids. Cool. Did I buy level 5 magic yet? I have not. I'm gonna do that now. I think the greenies have level 5 magic already. Yeah, we'll buy life. So when these stupid green wizards get one shot... Oh, we've got level 5 charges now, so we should probably see about doing this exuviate thing. Let's just grab an encounter out here. Yeah, these ones will work. These guys can't do nothing to me. One, two. Three, four. Five, six. Seven, eight. So hopefully this will work. The next round when I exuviate, this poor shadow won't know what hit it. It says the status ones count, so... Apparently not, or 8's not the cap. Remove all elemental and status resistance buffs from a single... So yeah, I just need more of those spells. 8's 8. You gotta do more than 8. It says very clearly elemental and status spells. Buffs. Biffs. Baffs. Alright, what was I doing? Did I get my Oxyale? I did. So we're gonna go see some mermaids. Don't play with the Ankylo. We'll take this. Nope, fight this one. Thank you. Okay. Haven't even looked at level 7 magic yet. Well, we haven't looked at level 6 magic yet. See, here's the thing. Most of the NPCs in the game were drawn on the scale of the pre-promotion classes, right? So once you promote, it just looks like everybody on Earth has a gigantic head, except for your people. That's just the world that we live in. I'm gonna step away for just 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, did you guys miss me? I was only gone for a few minutes. Wasn't like it was a long time. There's a ribbon in here, but I forget where it is. I think I know where it is, actually. I think I know where it is. It's not anywhere near here. We're not going to get it until we go down to Kraken. Ghosts! Look what happened to me. Oh, that was a good miss. That was almost really bad, actually. I could start that fight by just rusing everybody. Well, Terra couldn't get rused, but... Man, I hope I don't have to grind out level 8 magic to do this Exuviate achievement. That would be a real bummer. I've done so many playthroughs of this game this past week that I remembered that first mermaid room is empty. You guys proud of me? Okay, so you put that on, and then you can have this. And now everybody's finally got some absorb. Great. Great and good. Okay, so let's put on an opal hat temporarily. Let's put on an opal gauntlet for a little while. Dagger nobody can equip. Stole that mermaid's life savings. How come no other Final Fantasy game had mermaids? How come this is the only Final Fantasy game with mermaids? Pretty standard fantasy trope, like standard fantasy creature, right? Where's all the mermaids at? Squeenix? Yeah, I'll take this. Are we dead? No, we're gonna ruse. Lit. Actually, I'm gonna have them ruse as well. Let's make sure everybody survives. As best we can. Except Terra, because Terra has no way to to ruse herself. Did any of them even punch Squall? Did any of them even attack the guy in the front? Okay, so now we can get part way through. No, we can get all the way through Mirage. We can get all the way to T-Mat. That's what we can do. Sure, that seems fair. Lightning to me, why don't you? There should be an achievement for successfully using a mutt. The spell a mutt. It should make you hunt down a gray naga and like have it silence you, and then you have to protect yourself from the silence. Dead. Are my green mages in the order I like? No. Yeah, they are. Ignis is last. Alright, magic. Level 6. I can buy all 3 of my level 6 spells. And Ignis can get more than 2 if they're useful, but I don't know that they will be. We'll do that next. No, we won't. We're gonna go learn Lufinian. Coming up on 11:30, and I'm starting to think of how much more of this friggin' game I could stand. Yeah, this is where I want to be. Level 6 magic. Exit for Terra. And nothing. Like, I don't care about either of these. I could stack 3 in 2 by having them both cast it and then waving a white shirt. Maybe I get this for both of them. Because this ribbons take care of this, basically. And also, neither of these cast for purposes of exuviate. You cannot exuviate either of these spells. Yeah, I might be happy with that. We might have that charge by the time we make it to Kraken. Rank low. No thanks. Please run from the rank low. Thank you. The red desert Beretta. Foof. I think all of the buff spells, the elemental buff spells, should be flagged to come out first in a round. Since they added that capability to the engine, I think they should all have that flag. I have all the best ideas, but nobody asks me stuff. Nobody consults me. Nobody's like, hey, do you have an opinion about when the buff spells should come out? I'd be like, yeah, it should come out at the beginning of the round. That way, you can use them strategically instead of, like, I don't know, hopefully. I'll take some giants. They're not gonna blow ice breath at me. Question is, do I loot my way through the floating castle? I can't exit yet. So yeah, if I loot my way through the floating castle, I've got to commit to Tiamat or walk out. Because exit is still a daydream. No, because I could swap spell levels. I could swap exit up to this like level 2 spell level that I'm not using anything on. Maybe I'll do that and just loot the floating castle. Get the adamant and the ribbon. I can knock on this door. And there's a spell I will never cast. Like, I don't know when I would ever use that. But it's there. Did I get the chime? Oh my goodness, my brain is so addled. Yeah, I got it. I got it, we're good. I'm going to sleep tonight. I promise I'm going to get a full night's sleep tonight. If I have to ram my head into the fridge until I black out on the floor, I'm gonna enjoy a period of unconsciousness tonight. My solemn oath. What's our tents? Oh, yeah, we need to buy some tents. Because we have save points we can use, actually, so we can commit to Tiamat. We're not actually in any danger. I keep forgetting, we can green mage save point. Let's buy some tents and do that. Because Red Mage can use spell levels with 0 charges by swapping them. So I've got some exit I can use. And then I could... I've only got 4 spell levels. Fast is useful, but I could swap over life and exit in the first 2 battles. I'm going to take this Tyro, is what I'm going to do. Bring him down! Tonight we feast on Tyrannosaurus steak. Like, I could do Bane strats. I could put a save point down and then just Bane over and over until it sticks to Tiamat. Alright, I'm gonna put Green Mage in front to remind myself I can do that. It's a bad man. Oh, it's just the worst man. So yeah, we'll roll up on Tiamat with 2 green mages with probably full benefacts or whatever. Oh, I gotta remember to do this. Convert. Well, if I need exit, I'm only going to need it once, right? So let's do the lowest spell slots for exit. Okay. Now I'm going to swap. I guess we're just not going to use Lit 2 with Terra. Because we're going to want fast for Tiamat. So Life will swap for Lit 2, I guess. Any spells that we cast, we're only going to have to cast a couple times. But fast, I'm literally going to have to cast once. We'll stab Cure for Life. That's what we'll do. Oh, but we brought down the bad man. Bad man go. Bull. It's the vampire. This could be a tough fight, actually. This could go south real quick. That would be interesting. We are dazzled. It's crazy. Okay, we'll use up these cures. Not all of them. Okay, Aegis Shield. Just in case we need to heal with the red mage. Swap cure with fasts. Then I've got lit 2s to spend. What's up, indie gamer? How you doing? Okay, Terra's converted. Does Final Fantasy Renaissance count as an indie game? Because it was developed by, I think, just one person wrote the engine. Or is that question too philosophical for our times? Man, I might want to leave and use a house, because we're getting cremated up in here. Yeah, it's getting pretty gnarly right now. Indie remaster. What am I doing? I didn't heal. Whoops. Oh, this is bad. Oof. Oh, you hate to see it. What am I doing? Please. I wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking, and then I was dumb. Is Deedlit a manic pixie dream elf? I played that Deedlit Metroidvania game. That was kind of cool. That's literally the only thing I know about that anime is from that game. You guys want to hear a story that's gonna make me sound bad in retrospect, but not like maliciously bad. Like I won't swear that I didn't do anything wrong, but mentioning Deedlit made me remember it because I used to date a girl back in the day, huge anime nerd, and she wanted me to watch Record of Lodoss War because I'd never seen it, and I still have never seen it. Yeah, we can convert here safely, I think. And we had scheduled, like, her pitch was... Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ayuden Chronicles. I'm a huge Suikoden fan from back in the day, so I'm all aboard for Ayuden Chronicles. Her pitch to me was like, okay, Record of Lodoss War is anime, and she knew that I didn't like anime, even though like she was a hardcore anime fan. But she's like, it's basically like, what if anime was D&D? Because she knew I was into D&D at the time. So I'm like, all right, you sold me. We'll sit down, we'll watch Record of Lodoss War. We like scheduled a time where we were gonna hang out, and so we were dating, kind of unofficially, officially dating, but. Not, like, seriously dating yet. Like, we'd been out on some dates and we liked each other, but here's the part that makes me look bad. She thought the relationship was much more serious than I thought it was. I was, like, 19, 20 years old. I wasn't against being in a serious relationship. I just didn't think that's what we had, but she apparently did. And what happened was, we were playing D&D at, I lived with my mother at the time, so all my friends and everybody came over at my house Saturday nights, played D&D. And she got into an argument with one of my other friends during the D&D game, and her character got killed, and she says, I don't want to play anymore. And I said, well, that's cool. Like, you know where my PlayStation is, but we're going to play D&D. That was my response, right? Thinking that, like, yeah, we're dating, but we're not, like, I don't need to... Like, we're not, like, a family unit. Like, I didn't feel obligated to stand up for her and ruin my D&D night with my friends because she was upset. Whereas nowadays, like, that is something I would do for my actual wife. But no, at the time I was just like, well, we're going to keep playing D&D. Like, you know where my PlayStation is. So she went to my bedroom, but she didn't play PlayStation. What she did was, she got on my computer and started reading all of the, like, all my old, like, IRC logs and AIM, like, instant messenger conversations with people. Some of which were with other girls. There were girls on the internet back then. This is very early aughts. Believe it or not, there were girls around. And I had conversations with some of them, and she didn't like that at all. I wasn't flirting with anybody. I was a nerd-ass 19-year-old. I wasn't, like... But, yeah, she thought we were in a much more serious relationship than we were. And then she kind of, like, went insane. And she ghosted me for a while. And then I never got to watch Record of Lodoss for. And that's how that story ends. Years and years later, I got an email from her. Basically just like, oh, yeah, you know, like... Sorry I went crazy. Like, no hard feelings. And I'm like, nah, it was cool. That's the problem when nerds date other nerds, is nobody has the social skills to make it work properly, and then miscommunication happens, right? That's all that was like, all she had to do, if she would have sat me down and be like, look, we're like in a serious relationship, right? I would have been like, sure, why not? What are my obligations in this relationship? But we never had that conversation because we were both socially awkward nerds and neither one of us knew that we had to, like, assert ourselves and our wants and needs with other people. Like, that's not a skill I learned until much later in life. But that story ends with me not getting to see Record of Lodoss War. I have a Thor hammer now. It's exciting. We're gonna go... Ignis needs it. No, Ignis has a heal staff. Yeah, Ignis needs it. Ignis do need this, though, because Hope has the Zeus Gauntlet. Yeah, I did that right. Sun Sword is one of the things I'm in here for. Dragon Armor is one of the things I'm in here for. Great, great, great. I actually am going to back out and sell off all the stuff now, though, because I don't want to waste gold. The hot anime nowadays that people are like, hey, if you like D&D, you should watch it. Is it, if I mispronounce this, I apologize, but I haven't watched the show. But I think it's called Freyrin. About, like, the white-haired elf girl that's on all the fan art nowadays all over my Bluesky. I've been told, like, that's the one to watch if you like D&D. That's, like, the new D&D anime. But it's not streaming on anything I have access to. And I'm not going to sign up, like, a Crunchyroll account. That's ridiculous. But I do have some interest in watching that show. It's been the thing is, it's been recommended to people... It's been recommended to me by people that know I don't typically like anime and kind of have a better handle on my tastes. So I do trust some of their judgment. But I did play the D-Lit Metroidvania game, and it was pretty cool. Wasn't quite as cool as, like, Symphony of the Night. I need to give the Thor hammer to Terra is what I need to do. That's what needs to happen. Thor hammer and heal helmet go to Terra. Yeah, I haven't watched Vox Machina either. I don't universally hate anime, by the way. There's been several anime throughout my life that I got one of my people in my D&D group, in my Saturday group, who has children now. I think they're like 8 and 10 years old now. No, not 8. I'm gonna say 7 and 9. That's my guess. 7 and 9 years old. They're like discovering Studio Ghibli. Like, that's cool. I've liked every single Studio Ghibli film I've seen. I'm going to drop a tent right there. And we're going to go sell all these goodies. We'll just sell up here. This is fine. Do that. And this heal helmet I'm going to get rid of, I think. I don't want to carry a heal helmet. Do I? Maybe I do. Maybe I do want to carry it. So I have 2 heal spells in a round if I want. Should I go buy that curse? I'm never going to use that curse spell. And level 7 magic, I just can't. Well, I can get Ice 3. I guess I should then. I could swap spell levels over and cast Ice 3 instead of Lit 2. Yeah, that's just a good buy. That's just a good investment. Alright, don't need to sell any of that. Ooh, I haven't bought pro rings yet. And then I'll get a 4th pro ring in one of the dungeons. What's everybody's favorite Studio Ghibli film? Sound off. No wrong answers. I'll reveal mine after a few of you guys have... Because I don't want to say it and then have everybody be like, just agree with me. Because obviously I'm going to pick the best one. Porco Rosso, that was good. I really liked that. I really liked it. I don't own that one. I should hunt that down on Blu-ray. What's the newest one that came out that was computer animated? It was like their first CG one. About like the little witch girl. I think it was on Netflix for a while. I don't know if it still is. My favorite Ghibli film is, was, and always will be Kiki's Delivery Service. Few animated films have a heart as big as that movie. Most people will say Spirited Away. Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke are both Studio Ghibli, yeah. Most people say Spirited Away is their favorite. I like Spirited Away. I like Mononoke. I like both of those movies a lot. But Spirited Away is like too weird for me to like really capture my imagination, like prickle my emotions, right? And Mononoke is a great like adventure story, and I love how it deals with like morally gray heroes and villains. But like being a big Disney fanatic as a kid and even as a young adult, Like, Kiki's Delivery Service hit that sweet spot for me. That's my favorite to this day. Totoro's a classic, of course. I think it's one of my least favorites of the catalog, though, which is... Like, all the movies are great. Ponyo also was a little... Ponyo skewed a little too young, I think. I might have enjoyed it as a kid, but my wife and I, when it came out on... I think it came out on Blu-ray, and we bought it. And, like, it was enjoyable, but I think it skews a little young for us. I think it might have hit harder if we actually had children and, like, watched it with our own children. That might have been a really interesting... dynamic, but that's not something we do. We have no kids. That Kiki's Delivery Service, the novel, just got translated into English and distributed on Audible for the first time a couple years ago, actually during lockdown. The book had never been, I forget, had it ever been published in English before, or had never been recorded in English for an audiobook before. But I got to enjoy the novel. And it's a kid's book. It's like a children's novel, but I liked it. Howl's Moving Castle is really good. So, true story. This just happened on Saturday, playing D&D. So I'm running a Planescape campaign. And one of the things that happens in this Planescape campaign is the party gets a walking castle. So they're walking around the Outlands, doing adventuring all around the Outlands in a big walking castle. They had to liberate it from bandits, and then the person who flies, or who, like, pilots the castle says, cool, well, I'll let you use the castle. So they have, like, this mobile base that they can use, this walking castle. And it's on the map that I show the players while we're playing. There's, like, a depiction of it on the map, this castle, like, crazy legs. And so Saturday, one of our players, I pointed out on the map, like, oh yeah, by the way, there's your castle. And one of the players says immediately, oh cool, Hal's Walking Castle. Which is the correct thing to say. And then one of the other players, who's the one who's just now starting to get into Ghibli films, says, no, that looks more like something out of Spirited Away. And then we all laughed at her. As well we should. So I can create save points with Green Mage. Which means I can't use houses, though, on save points. Which we really should be able to, but you're not allowed. I haven't seen From Up on Poppy Hill yet. I haven't seen that one yet. And then there was the CG, their first, like, CG one about the little witch girl. Which was cute, but it wasn't... Like, I'm not sitting here, I'm not remembering it very well. So, like, it obviously didn't stick in my brain forever. I should have cast a lit, I guess. Oh well. And I can place this once per dungeon floor. Oh, it's the bad man. They're the baddest mans. There was drama about Gigi's voice in that movie back in the day, because when the anime first came out and you were able to import it subtitled, the voice actor, because in Japanese cartoons, whenever you have like a cat who's a character, they always give it like a high pitched, like, squeaky voice, which is not Phil Hartman's voice at all. Phil Hartman sounds like Phil Hartman playing this cat, which to an American audience sounds fine typically, because we've had decades of cartoons with, like, cartoon cats that just sound like regular men and women and not necessarily like high pitched cartoon people. But yeah, I remember there was... You know what? I'm just going to not take this fight, actually. I remember on an anime BBS that my girlfriend at the time must have shown me. Like, yeah, there was considerable discussion over whether or not that was the proper person to voice Gigi the cat. Because he didn't do a cat voice. He just did his regular Phil Hartman voice. What a silly thing to complain about in retrospect. But yeah, he was killed shortly after that project. That was 97, 98. Well, Garfield was voiced by Bill Murray for years and years, wasn't he? Or like someone doing a Bill Murray facsimile? Like a good Bill Murray impression? Maybe not literally Bill Murray. Maybe, I don't know. Japanese anime fans killed Phil Hartman. That's the only conspiracy theory I believe in now. You raise a good point. No, his wife, it was very sad. His wife did like a murder-suicide thing. It was awful. He was in a sitcom at the time that like couldn't replace him and then ended up just losing all of its ratings and getting canceled. Which was too bad because like Dave Foley was on that show and Dave Foley just can't carry a show. Lorenzo, yeah, I feel like I should know the name Lorenzo Music now that you've said it. Thank you. Oh, thank God Dan's not here. He would have yelled at me. He would have yelled at me for not knowing that. I don't know that I'm going to fight a Gurmedusa. I think we're going to peace out on a Gurmedusa. Did Bill Murray do the movies? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Maybe that's why I got confused. See, I didn't think Bill Murray did like Garfield and Friends, like the old cartoon show, right? Cannot carry the pearl ring. I'm gonna drop this. We're gonna sell that off. Oh, they're the bad mans. I remember, I feel terrible when I mention like a book that I've read or something and I don't know the author's name. Like that never feels good, but I legitimately have a terrible mind for remembering Japanese names. I don't know the woman's name who wrote Kiki's Delivery Service. It can be Googled if you need to know it, but I remember when they were first animating the movie, apparently she had some level of creative control over it, or like some kind of like veto power or something. There's a detail in the book where Kiki is learning to fly around on her broom, right? And her parents put bells in the trees outside her house so they would know when she was coming home, because she'd like fly out around on her broom so they would know she's out there and she's okay. And that detail didn't make it into the movie, but like it was the author's like favorite detail in the book, and she insisted that the movie had to do it or they wouldn't be allowed to do the movie or something. And so in the opening credits of the movie, there is a scene where she's flying on her broom and she's crashing between two trees. And there are bells ringing back and forth in the trees with no explanation. Just a fun little detail for people who knew about the book. Oh my god! The thing happened! The thing happened! I got silence, and the only person who can reverse the silence is silenced. I'm not silenced, I'm silent. Now what? I can't cast a mutt because I'm silent. I can use skills when I'm silent. I can use limit when I'm silent. I can't use items when I'm silent. This might legitimately be the first time in Final Fantasy 1 I've ever been silenced. Ever. That has never happened before. Holy smokes. Whew. That was a rush, dude. Like, I've got the vapors. I might need to have a lie down after this. Whew. I'm the first person to ever get silenced in Final Fantasy 1. It's insane. It's crazy. Let's see if I can have it happen again to everybody, so I can't reverse it. I knew that there was a remake of Castlevania 2. I didn't know there was a remake of Castlevania 1. Is it any good? Can you, like, double jump, or do you have, like, air control at any capacity? Or, like, the 8-way whip or anything? Wow, I can't believe I got silenced. Who did they get to voice Garfield in the new movie? I'm gonna guess Chris Pratt. Yeah, I'm gonna guess Chris Pratt. Are you kidding me? You're trolling me. Is it actually Chris Pratt, or are you just pulling my chain because I made the funny joke? So Castlevania 1 made out to be like Symphony of the Night. You know what that reminds me of? In Castlevania HD, which was that multiplayer Castlevania game that was super fun, that they killed, there was a level that was just all of Castlevania 1 in a single level, and you had to fight through all 6 levels of Castlevania 1 in order, and fight all the bosses and everything. But one of the characters had a skip you could do, where you just kind of like teleported from the bottom of the map directly up into Dracula's room. It is actually Chris Pratt. Wow. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not invested in the Garfield movie anyway, and I don't mind Chris Pratt. I thought people overreacted about him being Mario. Of course, I haven't seen the Mario movie either, but the people I know that have seen it said it was good, so he must have done, like, a passable job. Yeah, I don't mind Chris Pratt. I do need a ribbon. We're gonna give up. Yeah, peel helmet. For ribbon. I don't feel motivated to watch the Mario movie. I just don't care. I'm just not convinced. Like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's a fine way to spend, what is it, a 90-minute movie probably? I'm sure it's fine. But... So, the CV2 remake I played was an NES ROM hack called Castlevania 2 Redacted, which basically retranslated the English parts of the game that don't make sense. Did it do anything else? It might have just done that. Actually. Now that I'm thinking, I think it might have just... But I have a Let's Play series of it. Where I went through and tested all the clues. I know how to get through the game. I didn't need a Let's Play series of it, but... yeah, I just kind of tested the clues out. I'm going to put a black shirt on you. You can't equip it, but you can have it, and then cast Ice 2. Yeah, like, they removed the stuff like Graveyard Duck. They made sure that there were no dead-end clues. and nothing misleading. And it was pretty good. I was able to solve the game just based like taking the clues in order. But I did know where the clues were, and I already did know how to solve the game. So maybe I was not the best way to test that. But I like Castlevania 2. I think it's a really cool game. I did process Dracula's rib. I'm not ashamed to say. Do we need anything from this floor? No, I've got a ribbon, I've got my adamant. I'm good to go. We're gonna nope out of this fight. Man, I'm gonna have to look up this... Hold on, what was it called? We got on the subject of Chris Pratt. Castlevania revamped. Oh, I get it, because it's about a vampire. Yeah, gotcha. Jokes. Oh, I gotta switch my life over. Or ice. I'm not gonna use Ice 3. I forgot to switch any of my spells over. That's fine. We don't really need to. Yeah, Castlevania 2 is the game that had Bloody Tears as one of the main overworld themes. I like Castlevania 2 a lot. I get why people don't, but I really enjoy it. You know what? I'm going to take this because it's pretty safe, actually. Then I'll give the Thor hammer to Ignis, so Ignis does have a spell to cast if he wants one. I think I've decided that my characters' genders in these runs are based on their names and not their sprites, if that makes sense. Everybody looked for the graveyard duck, but no, there's no graveyard duck. Alright, so we want a warding circle. Oh, I can only place one each floor. Okay, so we just have to do this. Do this. Oh, it remembers where the warding circle is. Of course it does. It would have to. Yeah, okay. So if we get blasted by the Warmech here, which we didn't yet. We might still, Mr. Frodo. No, my red mage... So my red mage is a woman and my second green mage is a man. That's what I've decided. The gender's based on their names, not their... And then my first green mage is a preteen boy. Dressed in a Chinese dress. Listen, there's nothing wrong with any of this. I don't think I can survive a Warmech fight even a little bit, but we're going to make sure that we don't get killed on this floor if possible. And then we were going to do this. So Squall is the hero from Final Fantasy VIII. Terra is the hero from Final Fantasy VI. Oh, I need to do this out here. Yeah. Ignis is one of the bros from Final Fantasy 15, and Hope is the little preteen boy that gets murder tendencies because his mother gets murdered by one of the other party members in Final Fantasy 13. Okay, so you attack, you fast, you... you can... It's only for status. A lit, that's what we want. We want a lit and a poise. We legitimately just want those two things. Then I guess we'll convert this into Ice 3. I guess I sold that Bane Sword already? No, must not have. I just didn't give it to anybody. Okay, so we're defending against this, which is good. $510 damage. You love to see that. He's got the Bane Sword. Well, I'm not going to use his turn on Bane. That would be stupid. $14 damage or 510 damage. That's the swinginess we're on here. Actually, we should heal twice. Oh, you don't have a heal. You've got both heals. Well, that's useful. Sorry you had a day, Narisham. Sometimes you have days, right? Oh, they got ice, too. Whoops, I forgot. I forgot they got ice. I made my Sunday D&D group fight a Hydra with 6 heads. And they was like, it was awesome. That was my favorite Hydra. That's what all of them said. Thank you for the Hydra. It was my favorite. Having a soaked carpet is the worst. Oh my god, the sewage line right behind me here, the invisible wall that you can't see because it's painted green, directly on the other side is our bathtub. And what part of our sewage line broke, so we had tree roots coming up through the pipes. And we saw like carpet in this office at the time, and it soaked through with sewage. And it was the friggin' worst. It was so disgusting. I spent hours with like going over it again and again and again with a wet vac, thinking I could clean up the smell emanating from it. Like just having it, like it would overwhelm me, and I would have to like leave the room to get fresh air. I spent 2 days with a wet vac down there, scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing and trying to get it up. Eventually, we're like, we have to tear this carpet up. We have to get rid of it. We were gonna do it anyway. We're gonna replace it with hardwood floor, which we did eventually. But it's like we can't afford to get the floor yet, so it's just gonna have to be foundation for a while. We don't have. I felt like such an idiot pulling up that carpet because it had soaked all the way down into the foundation. You were never going to clean it. So yeah, it was pretty miserable. It was pretty bad. Hasn't happened since, though, thank goodness. So we have nice hardwood in here now, which kills the acoustics, but makes the room nicer otherwise. Guys, that's going to do it for me tonight. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I like when we get a nice, active chat going. I'm definitely going to look into that Castlevania revamped. I think that sounds like something I could play. In the meantime, I'm still really enjoying this. I'm not, like, this party's not terrific, but... like, we'll get there. We got magic we can buy for Squall now. Great. So yeah, it's 12:30, and I haven't slept in like 2 days. I'm going to take some medicine and lay down and try to black out. We'll be back on probably tomorrow with some more of this. Thanks so much, guys. Peace out, and sleep well.